Willkommen, bienvenue, welcome, not to cabaret, but to something equally captivating, namely a morning together with the EU forest-based value chains for a sustainable future. This event contains two seminars. A first one, sponsored by the Would Be Better Network, where we focus on the post-2020 EU forest strategy, and a second seminar sponsored by SEPI, with a focus on climate and sustainable product policies. My name is Anna Holmberg. I represent the Swedish forest industries, and I have the pleasure of being the moderator today. I extend a welcome to you here in the room at the Renaissance Hotel in Brussels, but also to all of those of you who are participating via our live broadcasting. There is more than 360 people who have registered. It's an amazing number, and we are very grateful that you spend your valuable time together with us. So thank you. But before we kick off, I need to go through some information on practicalities and safety measures. So, respecting the GDP regulation, I inform that we are broadcasting and that we are also taking pictures in the room. If the fire alarm goes off, it is not a drill, it's an alarm. And we evacuate the room through the doors at the end of the room, or there are also doors behind the curtains on either side of the stage. And to be fully compliant with Belgian COVID-19 measures, wearing a mask is mandatory here at the hotel, and it is only when you sit down that you can take it off. And yes, I know, I'm standing up, not wearing a mask, but this has been cleared as long as I stay on this, 2.5 by 2.5 meter moderator island that I've been assigned. You can see that we've organized the stage somewhat differently in 3 islands, and this is to secure safety distance between speakers. And we encourage all of you here to follow the safety measures here at the hotel. Use the hand sanitizer stations, wash your hands, keep a distance. And to those of you on the broadcast, we do hope that you are safe wherever you are. If active on Twitter, please use the hashtag GreenSource, and we will follow the flow on Twitter on this hashtag, and we will pick up on comments and questions when applicable. So, as mentioned, the first seminar today is arranged by the Would Be Better Network. This is a network arranged jointly by the Swedish forest industries and the Federation of Swedish Family Forest Owners, or in Swedish, LRF Skogsägare. Each network is hosted by one Swedish member of European Parliament, and you see the 4 hosts here. It is Fredrik Federley, Jessica Polfjärd, Erik Bergqvist, and Per Holmgren. And the network aims to be an arena where we jointly can discuss relevant policy topics and where we can learn more about the forest-based value chains. And now it's time for a short welcoming address from the Federation of Swedish Family Forest Owners by Mr. Lennart Axell.
Thank you very much, and very welcome to this event. We have 16 million family forest owners in Europe, and forestry is a very long-term activity. Literally, we are often managing our forest for the next generation, and that is the reason why we are devoted for sustainable forest management. This network is created to perform a fora for forestry policies discussions. And what can be more timely than deal with the forest strategy? From forest owners' point of view, the forest strategy should recognize and should support the drivers and the engagement of family forest management for all the benefits it provides. I thank you very much for attending and enjoy this morning. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Lennart. And we would like for you here in the room and also on the broadcasting to interact with us today. Nope, you can't just sit there, do nothing. It's all about interaction. And you can do that by getting your device out, your phone, your iPad. You log on to menti.com using the code that you see in front of you. So please log on, and you will then see that we pushed the first question to you. And the question is, we want to know which member state you're in right now. Not your nationality, the member state you're in, because we want to see what kind of geographical spread we have achieved today. And we will see the results coming through live here as soon as the technology is with us. And the larger a letter or a word stands out, it means the more people that have replied. Things are moving. We seem to have a lot of people in Belgium. I'm not surprised about that. We have a lot of Swedes. But we are a little bit short so far on other nationalities. Finland, thank you, Finland. There you came. Belgium, France, Finland. Well, we have somewhat of a geographical spread. Austria came in, France. Well, we know from experience that we had some 15 nationalities registered for the event. Okay, let's push the next question to you using Menti this time as well. And this time we would like to know which one of these categories, you'll see them much better in your device, represents you and your profession. Are you a forest owner? Are you an industry representative? Or do you belong to the EU institutions? Or are you a member state representative, for instance? And here the numbers are ticking in at a better rate than the earlier question. That tells me that technology is up and going. There is a very clear majority for the industry representatives. We also have a decent crowd for the academic sector, which is nice. I think we'll leave it there by that. Instead, we'll move into our first policy discussion of today. And I'll address that by saying a few words as an introductory. So the existing EU forest strategy was published in 2013. It defined 2 key objectives, and it also addressed so-called linked priority areas. At the end of 2018, a progress report was made, and it concluded that significant progress was ongoing and that the strategy was an efficient policy tool. And now, in the first quarter of next year, the Commission has advised that they intend to publish a post-2020 EU forest strategy. So in other words, this is the reason why we are having this discussion today. It is both highly timely and relevant in the policy landscape. And with that having said, it's time for us to listen to today's host, which is Mrs. Jessica Polfjärd. And I want you on this island, Jessica. You are a member of the European Parliament since 2019. You're a member of the Environment Committee. You're also the Deputy Coordinator for your party group, the Christian Democratic EPP group.
Yes.
And you've been very involved in the Parliament's position on the forest strategy. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Anna. Although many of you are listening from home, it feels good to be here in person and to see and meet other people in the room. It almost feels like normal. Actually, yesterday I was looking at a horror movie, and I don't think that the murder was the worst part. It was when 2 people were approaching each other and reaching out for their hands and were shaking hands, and I felt like, no, no, don't do it, don't do it. So I think we have a possibility to adjust to the new normal quite quickly. Although, of course, much focus is on the COVID-19 and handling the COVID-19 crisis, I think it's important that we still can address other issues. And therefore, I'm very pleased that we could have this meeting this morning, and I can't think of a better way to spend a morning but talking about forestry and forest strategy. For us who are interested in these forest-related issues, I think it's important that we meet up and that we keep the discussion going. And this event is organized by the Would Be Better Network, and although, as you could see on the screen, there are Swedish parliamentarians that are hosting these events, I would say that this is an important issue for the whole of Europe, and I hope that many of you can participate from other countries and member states in the European Union. And we know that forestry has a huge role to play in how to lower our emissions, both through a bioeconomy and from the power of absorption. I think it's useful for the climate discussion to use the forest and to see what it can contribute with. Because of this, the network aims to discuss the current issues regarding forestry and exchange of best practices and see how we best can make use of forestry in the meeting our climate goals. And I was responsible for the INI report in ENVI on the forest strategy. And it was truly an interesting experience, to say the least. It is very clear that forest and forestry can stir up a lot of emotions. And I would say that there are many interests, of course, that want to be heard in these matters, but I also think that there is a geographical difference in these matters as well, maybe more than political groups. And we can see that the vision amongst the political group is quite, and sometimes bigger than the national differences. But let me be clear, we cannot let this coming forest strategy be based on feelings. We have to see to science and to be science-based. And I also think that we have a more important role in the forest than being a carbon sink. And of course, we believe in scientific research and best practices, and we know that is also the tradition that works. And we don't want a new forest strategy to become another biodiversity strategy. I think it's a great value to have an independent forest strategy that stands on its own. And the role of forestry and forest products are increasing due to the demand to lower our emissions and the need to change into circular bioeconomy. Because of the competence issue, there is a great need for coordination and taking a holistic view on how we can best make use of the forests. And I see that Anna is looking on her watch, so I think I better wrap it up. And I think everything of this has to be addressed in the new forest strategy. And I very much look forward to hearing from Mr. Bescau and Mr. Delgado Rosa in how the Commission is going to work on these issues. And I hope that we can all enjoy today's seminar, and I'm looking forward to hear from all of you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and you will come back at the end to share your takeaways.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Jessica. We are now going to listen to 3 short interventions from knowledgeable speakers. 2 of them are here in the room. One is with us on link. And I just got a message in my ear here that he is with us. The technology is working, so that's excellent. So at this point, I would kindly ask Mr. Humberto Delgado Rosa to make it to this stage. And if you feel you need for it, there is some equipment there to clean for the earlier speaker. And Mr. Pierre Bascou, please, on this side. And make it yourself comfortable, because you're going to be on that island for a while now. Excuse me. And at the same time, I am sending some messages through cyberspace to Mr. Petri Sarvamaa in Finland. Petri, you are a member of European Parliament since 2014. You are a member in the Agricultural Committee, and you are the rapporteur on the Parliament's own initiative report on the forest strategy. Welcome, Petri. How are you?
Thank you very much. I'm doing fine, and I wish I was at the beautiful Renaissance Hotel where you guys are, but right now I'm so busy that I couldn't even step on a plane because I'm already preparing myself for the next big effort that I have in the Parliament. Anyways, just a little correction. I've been a member of the Parliament since 2012.
Thank you. With that corrected, well, I'll leave to you, Petri, for your short intervention, and then I will follow that up with a few questions specifically to Petri, because he then has to leave us for another commitment. So the digital floor is yours, Petri.
Thank you, Anna, and also thanks to Jessica, Jessica Pulfjärd. We had excellent cooperation negotiating the forest strategy own initiative report in the Parliament. And so, ladies and gentlemen, viewers around Europe and over there in Brussels, first of all, let me thank the Would Be Better Network for the invitation and organizing this event. I will go straight into business. Forests, forestry, and the forest-based sector have a very crucial role in achieving many of the EU's objectives, and especially including the Green Deal and the transition to circular bioeconomy. The European Parliament is indeed forming its position on the new forest strategy. And 3 weeks ago, the Parliament's Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development adopted its position with a large majority, 36-8, with 4 abstentions on this report. The message is very, very clear. The economic, social, and ecological sustainability of forests must be taken into consideration in a balanced way. The position of the ENVI, the Environmental Committee, and ITRE committees were also taken into account in the negotiations. The report emphasizes the important role of sustainable forest management, multifunctional role of forests, and the bioeconomy at a time when forestry is playing already and will be playing even a bigger role in the fight against climate change and in the transition to a fossil-free society. The report also recognizes that sustainable forest management promotes the protection of European forest biodiversity. We do need an ambitious and independent EU forest strategy for the post-2020 period. Forests and the forest-based sector offer significant opportunities for the climate, the environment, people, and the bioeconomy. The role of the new EU forest strategy as an effective coordination tool between the various EU forest-related policies should be promoted, taking into account the whole forest-based value chain. It should also provide coherence and synergies with other sectors affecting the forest sector. The Treaty of the European Union makes no reference to a common EU forest policy, and responsibility for forests lies with the member states. But what is decided at EU level in the fields of energy, climate, and environmental policy really do affect the use and management of forests. My report states that properly funded and high-quality research and innovation are also crucial for the future of EU forests and for the forest-based value chain as a whole, given the growing demands and the need to meet the wide range of opportunities and challenges the society is facing. In addition, the report stresses the importance of evidence-based decision-making regarding EU policies related to forests. Climate change mitigation should be seen as one of the important services that forests and the forest sector can provide. It is important to emphasize the general climate benefits of forests and the forest-based value chain, such as the promotion of carbon sequestration, the storage of carbon in wood-based products, and the substitution of fossil-based raw materials and energy. Indeed, the report points out the crucial role of wood-based materials in substituting fossil-based alternatives and alternatives with a higher environmental footprint. in industries such as construction, textiles, chemicals, and packaging, and the need to fully take into account the climate and environmental benefits of this material substitution. In addition, the adaptation to climate change has become increasingly important to ensure appropriate measures to prevent natural disasters. Bark beetle epidemics, droughts, and forest fires need to be addressed and prevented. Ladies and gentlemen, forests should not only be seen as carbon sinks, as such an approach would reduce the involvement of other sectors in minimizing emissions. Reducing the dependence on fossil-based raw materials and energy would offer new opportunities, especially in rural areas. The Agri Committee's report has still to be approved by the whole Parliament in the plenary vote next week. I really do hope that the Parliament will approve this report, which I see as truly a balanced report. For instance, I could mention that just the word biodiversity is mentioned 40 times. That's 40 times in this report. Our aim is to send a strong political message to the Commission in the light of the preparation of the new EU forest strategy. The forest-based sector, the circular bioeconomy, and sustainable forest management are the keys in solving the challenges of our time. Thank you.
Thank you, Petri. And as I said before, I'll take the opportunity to fire off some questions to you straight away before you have to take off, while these two gentlemen I will discuss with slightly later. So, what was the main stumbling block in the negotiations in the Agri Committee? Where did you fight, to be in a more specific language? Open up a bit on how the discussions went, please.
Well, first of all, of course, it was 3 committees involved. So one level was within the lead committee, Agri, where I was very, very happy with actually the cooperation across the board of political groups. It was really from one end to the other. We were all seriously involved in a very cooperative atmosphere, and not naming any political groups especially, but it was a very good atmosphere. The Environmental Committee, of course, has a different angle to the forests, and they were given a shared competence in 3 fields. So that was a bit more problematic. But as I said, cooperation with the Envi rapporteur, Madame Poulfiard, was excellent, and as a result, we ended up including almost, practically all the main elements of the Envi report. And ITRE, industry, technology, research, was no problem at all. But it was long work, and it was exceptionally very exceptional for an own initiative report. We had several shadows meeting. We also had shadows meeting involving the Envi dimension, and we had almost 500 amendments just to the Agri report. So it was a tough work.
A lot of engagement, without any doubt. You spoke about the report stating the strategy has to be balanced, it has to encompass all the contributions from forests and forest-based products, it has to respect, so to me it sounds it has to be a strong strategy that the Commission puts forward next year. At the same time you said it must respect member state competence. So do you think, can it be that strong policy document and at the same time fully respect the competence discussion?
Oh, absolutely. I don't see a contradiction there at all, because the stronger the EU forest strategy is. The clearer it makes the coordinating role. And you should also note that my report is sort of like, it's outside the competencies that are given to the Union in Article 4. So the competencies that the Union has in environmental and climate and agricultural policies is another thing. And the more the EU forest strategy is balanced, and the stronger it becomes, and the more it will be implemented, it will actually sort of like clarify and keep clear the overall situation where the final say in the forest policies is with the member states, but then the member states, of course, have to follow the EU legislation in different policy areas. But the EU forest strategy really should not be mixed with the policy areas of environment and agriculture and the climate policies.
Well, thank you. And you two on stage, you can prepare for the same question. It's coming your way within shortly. Just a final question to you, Petri. Because there's one part of your position where you talk about the need for more research and innovation in forests and forest-based products. Could you just say a few words about that? Because when it comes to forestry, you touched a bit on climate change adaptation as well. So how did the discussions go in the committee on those topics?
I think there's general understanding within the main political groups that innovation can really give us a lot of answers to the climate change, and that the forests, if used innovatively, can really contribute a lot and replace fossil fuel-based materials, etc., etc. Now, of course, I can be as frank and say that there were differences within the political groups in how much that was emphasized, and that was also maybe answering your first question a little bit more in a more clear way. The main difference between the different viewpoints, and also at the same time the Greens and then the center right, is that whereas the Greens are sort of like putting the wheel in a different way and prioritize protection of the forests, and then sort of like everything should follow from there, because biodiversity should be first and foremost, and forest strategy should sort of like be based on the biodiversity strategy. Now, this, of course, is the main, the center element of different views and heated discussions we had over the course of the negotiations, and that's no secret. So there is a different way of prioritizing things, whereas I see that if we really take full advantage of what forests can offer us, and have the pyramid of the three aspects, the economic, the ecological, and the social in a balance. And balance really means balance. That is, like, I've been accused that the report is just representing the forestry and the industry, but that could not be more far from the truth, because it would have been absolutely hopeless to get this report through with such a big majority in the committee if I had done that. And innovation, just to sum it up last, is very, very central and a key point if we really want to tackle and meet the goals of the climate challenge that we have set for ourselves.
Well, thank you, Petri. The vote in plenary is next week. Do you expect the a positive outcome on that vote, or where do you think it stands?
Well, the only thing I can say is that I didn't stop working for this report when the vote in the Agri Committee was clear. I continued every day, and I will continue until, it ain't over until, and this is a very politically incorrect old proverb, but it ain't over until the fat lady sings. So as we speak, I'm preparing myself for phone conversations and video meetings, and also physically in Brussels next week. I will be arriving Monday morning again. I've been going back and forth. Yes, I'm talking to all key players, and I will not stop before we have the result of the vote. Of course, I'm positive that it will be a good result.
Well, thank you so much for that, Petri, and thank you for being with us today. I know you have to take off now to negotiate the rule of law, was it? Another
My God. Yes, well, as you may know, now it seems that that everything actually, the budget and the recovery and resilience facility and the 750 billion, and everything is hanging on this nail. And I happen to be, I happen to have a role in that. So yes, I don't know how we'll be able to survive the rest of this year, but a lot of good, strong coffee the job.
Yes, indeed. Well, thank you, Petri, and we'll say bye-bye to you. Have an interesting discussion on the rule of law. Important topic.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Anna. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. And with that, with any further ado, I'll send the initiative over to this island, to you, Pierre. So please share your intervention here. Then we'll go to Umberto, and then we will have a bit of a discussion. So, okay. Please.
Okay, thank you very much, Anna, and good morning, everybody. I think in Brussels, all over Europe, if I understood well. It's a real pleasure for me to be here, I think, in this conference, to be able to talk about such an important topic. I think the future EU forest strategy, and I have to say it's a real pleasure to be in a physical conference after spending months and months talking to a computer and a black screen. At least I see a few people here, and even if others, are at home or in their office, all across Europe. So you gave us 7 or 8 minutes, I think, in a very generous way. So I will try to be brief, and I will structure my intervention, a brief intervention around 3 points. The first one is that I would like to underline, and it was very well done, I think, already done by Mr. Sarvamaa. I would like to underline, I think, the high political and policy attention given to these initiatives, and more generally, I think, to the role of forests for our society, for our economy, but also for the environment. As you all know, there is an increasing acknowledgement about the crucial roles that forests play in addressing global challenges, and here I could mention, I think, the Sustainable Development Goal. I could talk about, I think, the Paris Agreement on climate change, and also, and it is important, on the protection of biodiversity. And at EU level, the European Green Deal acknowledges the importance of forests and the forestry sector in putting in place the new growth strategy, which has been presented in this Green Deal, and for the achievement of its objectives and priorities. And here I would like to refer in particular to climate neutrality by 2050. I would like to refer to the need, I think, to protect biodiversity, and also the need to develop the circular bioeconomy, which is so important for the long-term future and the long-term viability of rural areas across, I think, the whole EU. So the importance of this EU forest strategy is also reflected in the recent communication adopted by the Commission, communication about, I think, the new European climate ambition by 2030. And forests, it's clear, forests will be crucial for achieving the proposed reduction target of at least 55% reduction of greenhouse gas emission by 2030, as proposed by the Commission. So, and we have heard, I think, this a bit earlier this morning, the other EU institutions are also very much engaged into this, in the work of the EU forest strategy. We heard that next week there will be a vote in plenary concerning, I think, the own initiative report from the European Parliament, but also the German presidency of the Council is planning to adopt, I think, its own conclusion on the new strategy. So this is extremely important and extremely timely. The second point I would like to make relates to the objective, the scope, and the content of this new EU forest strategy. And there we need first, I think, to refer to the European Green Deal, which provides, I think, the main orientations. The Green Deal commits the Commission to prepare this new strategy that covers the whole forest cycle and that promotes, I think, the many services that forests provide. It will build on the EU biodiversity strategy, which had been adopted by the Commission, strategy for 2030, and the new EU forest strategy will set the policy framework for forest and forestry to contribute to the European Green Deal, and there I will quote, I think, the communication from the Commission in a balanced and coherent manner. And as such, it will have as objectives the effective and sustainable afforestation and reforestation. It will also cover the need for forest preservation and restoration, and this in order to help the EU to reach climate neutrality, healthy environment, improving the resilience of forests, and promoting the circular bioeconomy in full respect of the principle favorable to biodiversity. And in this endeavor, and we have already heard that, I think, this morning, the concept of forest multifunctionality will be absolutely crucial in finding the right balance between carbon storage, the supply of raw material, biodiversity conservation, and also the provision of all the other services that forests provide. And this will require mobilization of innovation, knowledge, technical expertise, technical capacity, but also, and this is one of the purposes of the forest strategy, strong coordination at regional level, national level, and EU level. Forests, as you all know, are subject to threats as never before in recent times. And we heard this morning talking about, pests, forest fire, drought, the impact of climate change. And we need, I think, to address all this. It's absolutely fundamental. Currently, to quote a few figures, some 4 million hectares of forest in the EU are currently damaged, and about 500,000 hectares are burnt every year. So it is important that the Member States and the Commission consider the best option to face this threat and help to improve the resilience of our forest. Also a word, I think, concerning the circular bioeconomy. It is important that in order to feed this circular bioeconomy, the management of our forest has to ensure the sustainable supply of wood and biomaterial and substitute product. And I will give here an example related to construction in order to make it, a long-term important carbon storage option. I would like to mention here, I think, and quote, I think, the President of the Commission, Mrs. von der Leyen, which in a recent address on the State of the Union, and mentioned that our buildings generate 40% of greenhouse gas emission, I think, of the whole EU. But we know that the construction sector can be turned from a carbon source into a carbon sink if organic building materials like wood are used and if smart technologies like artificial intelligence are applied. So in order to deliver all these fronts, because I talk about multifunctionality, yes, there are a lot of different objectives, I think, to achieve, we will have to continue working together with the Member States and relying on their commitment to implement a more ambitious agenda and strategy for forests. And there we think that it is important to continue and to reinforce our coordination efforts with national forest policy and also towards harmonization of national forest information. At the same time, the new forest strategy will have also to respond to demand to reinforce its international dimension. And it is important to maintain, and I would say to show leadership for the EU in promoting and implementing sustainable forestry and to ensure that EU decision and policy do not harm forests and the environment abroad. In addition, I would like to mention in this brief introduction that I would like to underline the need to enhance also the communication with the wider public. Society should be better informed of the many benefits that forests can provide to all of us. And in this regard, I think we should pay particular attention to the gap in perception between rural areas and urban areas about the role of forest. Finally, just a few words, because I heard this morning, I think the need to rely on robust data and evidence in order to underpin, I think, this forest strategy. I would like to mention that this is highly needed in order to ensure, I think, the relevance, the robustness, but also the acceptability of this future EU forest strategy. And there, I would like to mention that the Commission will build on the already existing body of evidence that exists, I think, on EU forest, on the status of forest, and on the needs. And I would like to mention a few of them. You already talked about the report from 2018 on the progress in implementing the current forest strategy. I would like also to mention the interim evaluations of the biodiversity strategy by 2020 and all the additional evidence that have been collected in the preparation of the biodiversity strategy for 2030. I would like also to mention the report from the member states under the Nature Directive, the report from the European Environment Agency, I think, on forest. And of course, we will give, I think, the due importance to the own initiative report from the European Parliament and also to the conclusion from the Council. So this forest strategy will also be prepared, I think, on the basis of what I would call a broad consultative process with public consultation, with discussion in different committees, the Standing Forestry Committee, the Civil Dialogue Group, the Coordination Group on Biodiversity and Nature, etc., etc. So it will be a collective effort. And in this respect, I would like to say, and this will be my last point, that the preparation of the strategy is a joint effort of all relevant Directorate General in the Commission. And this work is co-led by 3 Directorate General, DG Clima, DG Environment, represented here with my friend Humberto Delgado, and of course, I think DG Agri, but all relevant services. We're talking about research, or we could talk about, energy, all the relevant services who have a say or who have a specific aspect related to forestry will be associated to the preparation of the future EU forest strategy. And this hopefully will enable us, I think, to adopt this future forest strategy by the end of the first quarter of 2021, so a quite tight deadline ahead of us. And this strategy will be, I think, one of the key contributions of the EU to the next UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, so the COP26, if I'm not mistaken, in Glasgow. Thank you.
Thank you. Stay put. You get some questions shortly. And we'll give the word over to you, Humberto.
Okay, thank you very much. And first, Anna, Pierre, and the organizers, thank you for this chance. I say exactly as Pierre, it's a pleasure to also have a chance to see people and read body languages around us, something that we have been short of. And also to be very pleased speaking after Pierre Bascu, because I can fully endorse everything he said, as you could expect. So let me just try to give some focus from environmental lenses looking into the topic. The first point, well, that was referred before, the situation of EU forests is far from good. We have heard about the droughts, the pests, the forest fires, the climate impacts in general, also these reports on sharp increase in harvesting since 2015. But if you look at it also from the angle of nature conservation, the results are not good. We know it from reports by DEA, including the report, the State of Nature report of this year. We have around only 22% of forest habitats in good shape. So of course, the problem is there, which is not finger pointing to anyone, it's just from we must depart into what we want to do with our forests. I think the second issue is reflecting what does the EU Green Deal mean in wider perspective and for forests in particular. In my view, it means a political response to a growing public concern and perception of some, let's say, global problems around there that also impact in Europe and in our livelihoods. First and foremost, climate change, but also this second big global problem that is very well underpinned by science as climate change, that has potentially catastrophic consequences as climate change, and for which we have some win-win solutions, as in climate change, which is biodiversity loss. And the Green Deal does put some focus on these two angles. If you read again the Green Deal, in the first 4 sentences, you find climate, forests, biodiversity all together. So that's one of the signs. And indeed, what the Green Deal commits the Commission to is to help increase the quality and quantity of European forests, to reach climate neutrality, and to help get a healthy environment. And for this, with the goals of restoring degraded forests, increasing carbon sinks, and promoting a circular bioeconomy. So, in my view, the Green Deal does cover the whole forest cycle and all the multifunctionality and several values of the forests and forest sector. So what it also said, the Green Deal, was that building on the biodiversity strategy, there would follow a EU forest strategy. And I think some stakeholders have seen this, some loss of autonomy of the forest strategy or some engulfing of forests into biodiversity only. Not at all. What it just says is that, of course, the forest strategy will be autonomous, but it will have to be coherent with the climate goals, climate targets, the biodiversity strategy, and so on. The biodiversity strategy is out there. What it says on forests is more detailed there, namely that we will define, monitor, map, and strictly protect the remaining old growth and primary forests in Europe. We will increase the quantity, quality, and resilience of forests. And that's why we will have a forest strategy coming, building on actions and commitments of the biodiversity strategy, but in line with what the Green Deal aims to achieve, including afforestation, reforestation, tree planting, this pledge to reach at least 3 billion extra trees in the EU with biodiversity-friendly criteria, with good potential for greening cities, for agroforestry, for landscape features. It also refers to this convenience of having more management plans of forests, first and foremost in public forests, but also in private forests. It announces, in parallel with the forest strategy, that there will be guidelines coming for biodiversity-friendly afforestation, reforestation, and closer to nature forestry. And finally, it also refers to an important point that Pierre has referred to, is this need for more knowledge and monitoring. So this forest information system for Europe will be developed, including within the forest strategy, this one shop where everyone can get clear and updated information on European forests. Now, on the forest strategy, I won't say now what it will contain. Pierre already said it. Within the Commission, we are co-leading between DG Agri, DG Environment, DG Klima, which reflects, let's say, these values that society is expecting from forests, which cover all from the circular bioeconomy to climate and biodiversity. And of course, on balance, it needs to be balanced. We should not forget that each of us has a different center of gravity to measure balance. So I actually think I said to Pierre, in the end, if no one will be pleased with the forest strategy, I think then it will be balanced probably. So we will strive towards that. But what we should look at it is, what do we want at the forest strategy? In my view, and I heard that in the very beginning introduction, forest is a long-term issue. So we should think what we want for European forests, let's say in 100 years. Where do we want to get? If the forest strategy highlights us on this, I think it would be very good, and it should guide us towards healthy and resilient forests, so that the management decisions taken now can help us go in that direction. Another thing is, of course, there's no rewriting of or rediscovering or reinventing the wheel on what is or not sustainable forest management. But of course, sustainable forest management can also be implemented in practice to deliver better on these harsh challenges that forests are facing nowadays. An important point I already referred, and I think we should keep this in mind, which is actually policy making reflects or should reflect what wider society wants. And there are indeed new values coming in if you take into account polls of public opinion, the Eurobarometer, etc. So this balance, I think, should indeed reply to the issue of preservation of biodiversity, which is dear in the heart of many Europeans, to to the climate challenges and the role that forests can take for it and forest products, and to the economy and the bio-based circular bioeconomy that depends on forests and on material provisions in a sustainable way. One thing very clear is if we are moving to wider climate targets of reducing greenhouse gas emissions from 40% to 55% until 2030, the carbon sink effect will become more important. And this includes, of course, the potential of forests to absorb carbon, the potential of forest soil to absorb carbon, and of course, the potential of wood as a replacement material, as also highlighted by Pierre. All this will be, I think, crucially important in the topic. A key word I call your attention to is restoration. Restoration is becoming, we will have the UN Decade of Restoration coming in, which it brings this positive message on biodiversity policy. It's not just, oh, we are losing, we can put it back. So restoration, including of degraded forests, I think, can do a lot for us. As is something I think we should do more or pay more attention within the forest strategy. Now, some things we should do less also. And the biodiversity strategy points the finger to the convenience of doing a bit less of using trees for bioenergy. It's not the best use for trees normally in terms of what we want from the climate, not necessarily the most sustainable way to address biodiversity, climate, and indeed the economy. While other things we should do more. For instance, looking for further income sources for forest owners to complement the income they have now from wood and timber, which is the easiest one. So we are very much open to look into how can the approach of paying ecosystem services be transformed in economic flows in practice and not just be a diffuse concept. It is indeed, we don't forget for a moment how important forests are for the providing economic opportunities to rural communities in particular. So I think it will be very obviously be of everyone's interest, Pierre also said it, to have not only wide communication and awareness, but indeed to establish a very open and in-depth dialogue around the forest strategy, and that would entail. And my best advice for those that make their living with forests and are foresters and deal with forestry is make more and more these new values that society is requesting from forests, your own the forest strategy, the biodiversity strategy, the climate strategy will have, and I think we will be better served up to 2030. I would stay here. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And thank you to both of you for very well-prepared interventions and very sort of full of information, very juicy. It makes it a bit easier here as a moderator. So there's still a couple of things I think we need to sort of dig a bit deeper in. And the first one, and you're not going to be surprised, it's the status of this revised strategy. Because you both mentioned to be built on. In the biodiversity strategy, it says to be in line with climate and environmental objectives. But now you're using the term to be built on. And for me, if you build a house, then you're very dependent on the foundation that you build it on. So what does this actually mean in plain English? Will it be a standalone policy on the same sort of policy level as policies on climate change and biodiversity and bioeconomy, or is there going to be an interdependence? Who wants? I'll let you go first on that one, on that one.
Building on the biodiversity strategy, there will be a forest strategy, which is, I think, are the words of the Green Deal. For me, means something very clear, which is they will need to be coherent. Actually, all the policies we do in the Commission should be fully coherent. And now what I read here is not any subsuming a forest as a minor issue that just delivers for biodiversity, but that it will have to be done taking into account and developing what the biodiversity strategy says on forests, as it will have to take up what the bioeconomy strategy says of forests, how it will have to take up what climate strategies and goals and targets say on forests and expect from forests. So I don't think really the word building should be here.
So are we too picky when we pick on that word? Are we too sensitive?
I think so. There's more of pickiness. I'll come to that, I suspect, on other questions.
Do you anything to add or disagree?
No.
I don't expect the Commission to disagree on stage, but I can always try.
Exactly. No, we have our boxing gloves, outside. No. Just to say that I would like to echo what Umberto was mentioned. I think when we talk about building upon, I think is basically to ensure full consistency and full coherence between what we are doing, and it relates I think to the biodiversity strategy. It relates I think to the new climate policy, new energy policy. I think the future CAP, etc. I think forests are very different aspects, and we heard that I think this morning already at in different instances. So it is important that these different aspects are put forward and are elaborated in full coherence with I think the policy framework or the strategies which have been defined for each of these aspects. But as Umberto mentioned, I think in my view, I think there's no issue of ranking one above the other or underneath. Or no. I think it's consistency. I think is a key word there.
Okay. Well, I think that is probably as far as I will get the two gentlemen on that topic today. So we'll go to another topic instead, and. I will start by making a claim, and I don't make it on behalf of myself, I make it on behalf of the forest-based sector. So we claim that you have a tricky task ahead of you in achieving a strong policy document that can really encompass all those contributions to EU objectives that the forest-based sector contributes with, sort of making it embracing, at the same time respecting the member state competence on forests. So open up a bit. How do you think on this? And we'll start with you this time, Pierre. Is this a challenge, or is it an easy peasy that you sort out on a Wednesday afternoon?
I would prefer Thursday afternoon, if you don't mind. No, frankly, I think it's a real challenge. It's clear, and but in my view, I think we have some good experience from the last two forest strategy. Because at the end of the day, what is a strategy? Is setting a long-term vision about a sector, about a field. And it is about coordinating and I would say ensuring consistency between what is done at regional, national, and EU level. And for this, I think in our view, I think we see mainly added value, I think, to this document and this strategy, because as we said before, we have a multifunctional sector and natural resource, I think, forest, with climate, environment, social, economic. Energy angles, etc. And what is important for us is to ensure that I think we put forward a long-term vision covering all these different aspects in a coordinated manner, and looking at all these different policy at EU level, but also at national level. It is also important for us to have this strategy because we need also to streamline and to mobilize better, I think, all the financial sources that can be used in order to support, I think, the achievement of this policy. It's also important, I think, to have this strategy because it is important, and we see today, I think, there are very different types, on a virtual basis, having very different types of stakeholders around the forest. So I think to bring everybody on board, I think, is absolutely critical. And this strategy allows, in our view, and we have seen that for the last basically 22 years, I think allows, I think, to mobilize, to commit, I think, all this engagement, and to translate, I think, all this expectation into, I think, a long-term vision. So it's a challenging task. It is also sometimes, as Umberto has already said, I think, there are sometimes some sensitive issues. I think we talk about biodiversity, we talk about, I think, the level of subsidiarity, and we heard that also already this morning. But we have some experience, I think, in the forest field, and so far, I think the two preceding forest strategies have proved to be very effective. So we intend, I think, to build on that, and achieve, even increase added value, because the expectation and the what will be required, I think, from the forest and from the forestry sector at large will be even higher in the future.
Well, thank you. We both know that there has been and there is an ongoing political discussion on EU competence on environmental topics relating to forests and forestry. Mm-hmm. So what is your view on this? So how far does that EU competence on the environment, how far should it be allowed to sort of go into the member state competence on forests? There's a lot of people who are very interested on this answer now, Umberto.
We actually, when I refer to pickiness, I was having this in mind, as you could expect, Because to be very honest, I think I respect the discussion, but I think it's a no-brainer, to be honest, because no one is saying that in the treaty there's reference to forests or forestry, but it's very clear in the treaty there's reference to some policies where there is EU competence, such as environment to begin with, climate, rural development, or disaster risk reduction, and they are all linked with forests. So it depends of the angle of the policy. There's, for me, a very obvious shared competence. Why would we be thinking of EU forest strategies if the EU had nothing to do with forests? That would be intergovernmental. The member states would do whatever they want on their own agreement. So for me, this is rather obvious. And to be honest also, I think, and this maybe can be helpful or constructive, reactions I've seen on Green Deal versus forests, biodiversity strategy versus forests, seems to me to come from, by one side, a fear of interference or of loss of competence or of invading my territory. And I don't think that's at all the right approach to get balance or to reply to this new request that society is requiring from forests. So I think we should not fear the Green Deal, nor the biodiversity strategy, nor the forest strategy, and should aim to full harmony there, as harmony between the competence, the subsidiarity, and the shared competence that apply in this case, as it applies in biodiversity, in agriculture, on managing the borders, on so many other issues. I feel for me it's quite a no-brainer, to be honest.
But you've a couple of times now you've referred to what the public wants. Just remind you that the forest owners and the forest managers are also part of that public. So it has to be the sort of joint understanding of what the public means.
But let me react because Pierre made a very important point, which is we need to address this divide that sometimes seems to come out on urban citizens versus rural citizens. If you think about wolf expansion, the feelings are different. If you think of forests, they are also different. I see a worrying trend. Polls of the youth, where a majority thinks we should never cut a tree. I think that's very worrying. So of course we know forest owners and foresters are European citizens, but it's of their interest to also manage to raise the communication and the understanding of those that are more far away from the fact and can build on some fantasies maybe.
Interesting, thank you. I'll take the liberty of moving on to another topic, and surprise, surprise, it's sustainable forest management. Because I know from my own experience that forest owners and forest managers, they struggle on a daily basis to manage their forests sustainably, balancing all three of those pillars. So I think one way of winning their hearts is if the revised strategy makes a really clear, positive stand. We see the good work you're doing. We want this policy document to sort of help you improve even further. Can we expect that, or is it going to be a bit more of a language? You're not doing this good enough. You need to do this differently. I'll go with you first, Pierre.
Okay, thank you. No, I think the concept of sustainable forest management, I think, is very important. It's quite widespread and widely used in the EU. Is well defined with criteria, indicators, etc. And it's quite widely also recognized at international level. Paris Agreement on Climate Change, Convention on Biodiversity, etc. So in our view, I think this concept of sustainable forest management, I think, should be one of the central elements, I think, of the future forest strategy. But it's clear that it is also a concept which is flexible, that can be adapted. And it is clear that with forest owners and people working in the forestry sector have done, I think, very well. But there are some issues. There are some difficulties now. We heard this morning. We talked about pests. We talked about climate change. We talk about the development of the bioeconomy sector. So we need forest owners and foresters, I think, will have to address, I think, all these new challenges. Some of them will be easy, some others, are much more difficult. So for this, we will need to adapt, I think, this concept of sustainable forest management, I think, to these new challenges. But it is clear that for us, what is important is that this concept, as you said, I think, strike the right balance, I think, between the different aspects of economic, environmental, and social. So we see it, I think, as one of the central themes, I think, of the future forest strategy.
So once the strategy is published, if I put it in the hands of one of Europe's largest private forest owners? Do you think he or she, when reading it, would feel, yeah, this is a boost to my activities that I do on a daily basis? Do you have that mindset when you work in the Commission on this strategy?
Yes. We don't define, I think, strategy for us in Brussels. I think we define strategies, I think, for the EU society and for people working in this field. And what we are working on, I think, with Umberto and other colleagues in DG Clima and other colleagues in Commission Services, is to define, I think, this vision and to put flesh, I think, around this vision which, of course, will be is influenced, I think, by what has been already put on the table, the Green Deal, the biodiversity strategy, I think the climate targets, the future CAP, etc. But it's putting flesh, I think, around, I think, this vision. And what we hope is that this strategy will help, to present, I think, a long-term strategy, I think, and a long-term orientation for the sector, which is, by definition, I think, a sector that needs, long-term investment and that needs to be able to project itself, over 50 years or 100 years. And this is what we expect.
Yeah. Concerning the strategy, because you mentioned yourself the long-term perspectives we have in forests, 60, 80, 100 years. But the other policy areas that this one needs to be built on have considerably shorter time frames. We're talking about a 2030 climate target, we're talking about 2030 biodiversity objectives. So you're going to play with two completely different timescales. How do you intend to manage that?
It's actually the same timescale, I would say, in the sense that if you think biodiversity, that's even longer periods. It could come to millions of years that we don't really manage as humans. So when you have targets, or you have usually a long-term vision to 2050, you find that for climate, you find that for biodiversity, and then we have these milestones for 2030 to ensure that we are going towards that vision. So I think on the climate, on the timing side, there's no contradiction whatsoever. If I can add to that just one word on sustainable forest management, or what a forest owner may expect from the forest strategy. First, since I am DG Environment, I've understood even better than before how important recognition is for farmers, for fishermen, for hunters, for forest owners that do a lot of good job. Does it mean in these sectors everything is rosy? No. It doesn't mean that. And actually, you must understand that when we look to science, what's the main driver of biodiversity loss, ahead of all the rest? Land use change and sea use change. So, of course, all those that deal with land and sea can expect something needs to be different, which doesn't mean you're to blame, you're the one doing it wrong. But it may mean we must, in the nice things we are doing, we may need to do something different. If a strategy would come out with just the expectation, here's a medal to use in my chest because everything is fine, that would be politically empty. I expect some new trends, some new orientations, including to reorient where sustainable forest management would go. But I would not expect it to be a threat to any forest owner. So as I said in the beginning, I hope no one will be fully pleased from the environmentalist to the industry, but recognizing, well, this is balanced in the end, some consensus building.
But building on that, building on what you've said about, communication, engagement, the Standing Forestry Committee has been very important, according to the Forest-Based Value Chain's opinion, as that forum for discussions between member states and the Commission. Can we expect that the Standing Forestry Committee will be that main body also going forward? Because at the same time, you at DG Environment have kicked off a couple of processes on, for instance, closer to nature forestry, which is very relevant also in the term of a revised forestry strategy. So where are we on this?
That's very simple. You can expect, of course, the Standing Forest Committee to remain as important as it is for all forestry-related issues. You can also expect the Standing Forest Committee not to be the single body that can be involved, consulted, or help develop policies. To give an example, we do have a working group under the Coordination Group for Biodiversity in Nature, dealing with these issues, the guidelines for closer to nature forestry or biodiversity-friendly afforestation and reforestation, where members of the Standing Forest Committee also have a seat or can have a seat, depending on what member states have appointed. The issue is this group has more than forestry representatives. It also has environmental representatives. So this group Other groups that also exist, like the Cork Group, I don't know the exact name, Pierre will know better, they will all need to be consulted and involved with no diminishing role at all of the Standing Forest Committee. It's just not a standalone.
Okay. And you are completely on speaking terms about this in the Commission? Because the Standing Forestry Committee is under DG Agri.
The Standing Forestry Committee is co-chaired by DG Environment and DG Agri.
My mistake.
And the Standing Forestry Committee, I think, is a central committee to address, I think, forestry issue. But as Umberto mentioned, I think there's a lot of different aspects that need to be, I would say, I think, looked at, more in depth. And this is why we have these working groups and we have different types of groups that look at specific aspects. So, yes,
So you mentioned, both of you, in your interventions that the forest-based sector contributes in many ways to the Green Deal objectives. But if we focus on one of those contributions, namely the climate change mitigation, can we expect that the revised strategy will have strong language on all 3 S's, meaning sequestration, storage, and material substitution? Can we expect that language? Who wants to go first?
Yes, I will start. Yes, I think we will have languages because this is a critical aspect that we will have to cover in this strategy. But at the same time, I think we need to be clear. The forest strategy is a strategy. It's not, legally binding. It's not, I think, a legal proposal from the Commission. So we need to distinguish the two. So in the forest strategy, yes, I think we will provide, long-term orientation about what we expect, I think, from the forest sector and from forest. And we will refer, I think, to the different elements, you talked about regarding climate mitigation. But there will be more precise elements regarding this climate mitigation that will be covered in the future, I would say, legal framework governing, I think, all the climate legislation. And I guess Arthur, I think, will mention that maybe, I think, in the next session. But it's we have adopted a legal proposal and a communication recently, 2 weeks ago, concerning, I think, the new climate ambition for the EU by 2030. This is an overall ambition with a communication. In this communication, the Commission has announced a revision of the climate and energy framework, within which I think the LULUCF, land use change in forestry, will be looked at, and there will be new proposal regarding forestry, the forestry part, in it's June 2021. So that you will have much more detailed, of course, concerning the legal framework, what is expected from forestry, with an impact assessment, etc. But the forestry strategy, of course, will be consistent with that, but will provide only, again, I think, a vision, a long-term, long-term orientation.
But the thing that I'm really looking for here is that in climate change mitigation in EU policy, there is a very strong focus on energy substitution. And I'm not surprised, 72%, I think it is, of all fossil emission comes from the generation or the use of energy. But if we're going to achieve that climate neutral society by 2050, we will have to transform also the materials that we use. And so far, according to my knowledge, there is no policy document who is taking, a stand for the importance of substitution also of materials. And I say the revised policy strategy could be the first place, could be the place for it. Do you agree or disagree?
Well, I agree that, overall, climate mitigation and climate adaptation would certainly show up in the forest strategy more stringently than before. That's one of the issues to cover us from the Green Deal. Within that, on the angle of mitigation, I'm sure the carbon sink effect will deserve more and more attention, including on the forests as such, on the trees as such, but also, and very particularly, on the soil, where most of it stays for longer with the proper management. And I also expect exactly what you said, which is this material replacement of what comes from fossil fuels. And wood provides an excellent material for that effect, especially if we put it to uses where the CO2 stands for long, like this table. It can stay here for 100 years with a bit of luck. Of course, other uses of wood, like for energy, if you just use the wood to burn, you put it back into the atmosphere quickly. And yes, we know it can return from 3 rows, but we do have a time gap because as we said, this is a long-standing issue, forests, and it takes from a couple of decades to 80 decades or more, depending on the trees. And we don't have that time to wait for climate. That's why the biodiversity strategy does put some angle on that. But this issue of replacement materials will stand there, and I add another keyword that I think we will find there, which is this international angle on forests, like the need for us to make sure that the products we use in the EU and our approaches are not promoting deforestation or forest degradation elsewhere. All this I would expect to find in the strategy.
Thank you. When can we expect the consultation to come?
Very soon.
Very soon.
The next few days or weeks.
Oh, that was good. I'd like now to turn over to Mr. Lennart Axell, because we're going to hear what's been buzzing on Twitter while we've been discussing here. So has there been any interesting discussions going on?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, we have had a flow of tweets coming in from participants. They are generally very positive, and they are very encouraging, actually. They are stressing the use of the forest. Jessica Polfjärd, she wrote that we have to look into the possibilities with the forests. We are talking about circular bioeconomy, multifunctionalities coming up. There are quotes that the forest strategy should stand on its own. And another one from Delgado Rosa, who calls the foresters to own the forest strategy. And the need for long-term, 100 years was mentioned in a tweet. There were no specific questions, but lots of positive comments, and I do encourage you to continue to tweet on the hashtag #GreenSource. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Lennart. Then I'll round off here on stage with a bit more of a personal question. So how often do you get the opportunity to visit a forest?
Every Sunday with kids.
That's a good habit.
Yes. No, it's, yes. My relation to forest, I have to say, is unfortunately limited, I think, to this, how can I say, recreational, aspect, I think, of the forest, and professional, of course. But on a personal basis, I'm coming from the south of France, in an area which is covered with vineyards, and where, unfortunately, most of the forest had been cut centuries ago in order to build, I think, the fleet, I think, the boat, I think, for the French Navy. And so now we have mainly vineyard, and I really discovered, I think, forest in the Ardennes, I think, in Belgium, but also in Sweden. I did go several times to Sweden. But my main visit to forests are mainly recreational, I have to say.
And you, Umberto, how often do you get the time to get out?
Well, actually quite often, I was thinking while Pierre was speaking, I'm from Portugal, but I think some of us are born kind of liking nature. That was what happened to me. So be it on the sea, on forests, and on land, I've always had a tendency to go there, and I think I even have exaggerated on bringing my kids too much into forests. They are forest lovers.
They didn't have a chance to object.
So, but let me just add, I was never involved on forest management or nothing like that, but during my lifetime, I did see some unsustainable practice and some, let's say, mismanagement, abandonment that is now feeding the huge forest fires we have in Portugal once in a while. And I do think that forest restoration, forest fire prevention, and nature conservation are coming together as a single policy more if we want to solve the problem.
Well, with that, I say thank you to both of you. And at this point, you may leave your islands and return to your seats. Thank you. And now we would like to interact a bit with you in the audience and those of you looking at our broadcasting. So it's time to get your device out. It's time to get active on Menti.com. And there it comes. So I assume the question has been out already for a while, and people have responded. So we made a statement. So we stated that the forest-based sector contributes in many ways to EU objectives, and that the post-2020 strategy will be essential in maximizing this. So the vote is sort of a sign of how strong you as an audience think that this can be as a policy tool. And I think it's quite encouraging both for Pierre and Umberto to see that there's a lot of belief in this policy document that you are now preparing, because 5 means that they strongly agree that this will be a strong policy tool, while 1 means strongly disagrees. So there's a lot of faith in you on that, which is good. And now, Jessica, it is time for you to come back on stage to talk a bit with me. So you listened to some interesting discussions, interventions, statements. If you were to try to define your 3 main takeaways, what would they be? The 3 things that stand out.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting discussion, and it's been interesting to hear what Gigi had said and put forward. There are a few things that I would like to stress, and I mean, the all-over document, the Green Deal, has been used a lot, and I think that is what I started by saying. It's a good thing that we can keep this in mind and that we can keep on discussing, and they are coming to the Parliament. So I think it's a good ambition, and from that ambition there are like forest strategies and so coming out, and I think that is important to keep in mind. One thing that I also reflected upon was that it was a lot of the society was mentioned. And I think that is also important, because the society and forestry is one another's friend, and it's not a bubble. It's integrated in each other, and also I think Umberto mentioned that it's a demand from society, from forestry products, and that is a responsibility that is taken for granted maybe, but we know that there are people who had to manage the forests and to provide what good it can bring to the rest of society. I think that is an important point of view. You said 3 things?
That was 2.
That was 2.
But we can stay with 2.
No, I think that I also was glad that it was mentioned, and that was the sustainable management of the forest. It is important, and we know that there are families, there are enterprises that have to be careful but you also said it's a long-term plan. So what we decide today will be crucial for 100 years, and what we can harvest in 100 years will be decided today. So I think that also is good to have the long-term sight, but also be here, that it's important what we make decisions today and how we manage the forests. And of course, the climate change, the ambitions that we have together, and we are discussing the climate law right now. And we know that energy efficiency will be a crucial role, and how the forest still will play a very important role in these matters. And I also heard European forests, and I think that is a common used word, but I think there will be more than one dimension on the forests in Europe, and we know that there are differences. Of course, there are similarities and challenges as well that we share, but I think in general that we have to keep in mind that there are differences in how the forest management is used and the traditions around it.
Okay, so I heard you say that you enjoyed the way that it was framed versus the European Green Deal, the overall objectives, the link to society, meaning include, all parts of society, and also the importance of sustainable forest management. Respecting that forests are not one type, they are very much different around Europe. Was there any surprises to you from what was said here on stage? Any big things that we should have...
No, but I think that the new black from the Commission is that no one will be satisfied. It's a good document. I heard it when they presented the migration from the Commissioner Ylva Johansson the other day as well. So we will wait and see. But I think
so the big takeaway: no one is going to be happy.
I mean, it's the same in the Parliament. While negotiating this forest strategy, we know that a negotiation is when everyone moves from their starting point, and no one will be totally satisfied in the end, but yeah, we will wait and see what will come out.
Interesting. A final question there. How strong a policy document do you think the revised strategy will be? Will it be that one sort of booming the discussion on forests and forest-based products in EU policy? Or?
Do you want an honest answer or
well, it's your choice.
A political one? No, hopefully it will be a document that can give answers, and there will be a provision. Yeah, I hope it will provide the answers that they are asked for, and of course I hope it will be a booming product.
Well, thank you, Jessica, and thank you for being the host today. We much appreciate it in the network.
Thank you.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, has taken us to the end of the first seminar today. We hope that you have found the discussions engaging. Hopefully you've had one or two aha moments. Those moments are really good because they make you think. We would very much like to get your spontaneous reactions on this seminar, and you can enter them through menti.com, writing free text. We're going to go for a short break now. We are going to be back by 11 o'clock. So stretch your legs, get a cup of coffee, and make sure that you're back either in this room or in front of your screens by 11 o'clock. 15 seconds to go. Welcome back to the second seminar of this event. And in case you did not participate early this morning, my name is Anna Holmberg. I represent the Swedish forest industries, and I have the pleasure of being today's moderator. And I will repeat a little bit of the practicalities and safety instructions from this morning. All of us here at the Renaissance Hotel need to fully comply with the hotel's COVID-19 measures, including wearing a mask, keeping a distance, and using the hand sanitizer stations. And for those of you watching the broadcasting, once again, we do hope that you are safe wherever you are. We are broadcasting and taking pictures in the room, and if the fire alarm goes off, it is not a drill. Instead, we will evacuate the room through the doors at the back or on either side of the stage up here in the front. And if you are active on Twitter, please use the hashtag #GreenSource. We are following what's going on that Twitter hashtag, and when appropriate, we will pick up comments and perhaps questions. Well, thank you. Let's kick things off, and we'll do that with a movie. Welcome back, and without any further ado, I give the word to Mr. Juri Ringman, Director General of CEPI. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Anna. Welcome to this second half of the event, where CEPI is the co-organizer. We are a proud partner of the European forest-based ecosystem, an industrial ecosystem like no other. We make products for your everyday life, from wooden houses to furniture, from paper and board to green chemicals in food and pharma. We are an amazing industrial power. Did you know that 1 out of 5 European manufacturing companies are in this ecosystem, providing jobs for 3.5 million Europeans? That's not nothing. We increasingly combine digital solutions to our renewable material. We are organized in industrial symbiosis, where pie streams and residues are used, reused, and recycled so that every cubic meter of wood gets used 2.5 times. Most importantly, we all share in this ecosystem 3S: sequestration, storage, and substitution. It's an ecosystem that holds the keys to a sustainable European economy, enabled by this resilient industry of the future. As a key player in the forest-based ecosystem, pulp and paper industry has since long already diversified from the traditional products. We are leaders in circular economy, in renewable energy, in climate change mitigation. Exciting innovations are announced daily, literally daily basis. And we invest more than 5 billion euros every year in Europe, more than twice the average of manufacturing sectors in Europe. We source from Europe, we manufacture, we recycle in Europe with European technology. What can be more resilient than that? With 20% of our production exported, we actually generate vital income to the European society. But we are not thinking that this is all good and enough. What if consumers were empowered to do better? I claim that this substitution effect, keeping fossil emissions in the ground by opting for a low-carbon product instead, will have a significant and immediate climate mitigation impact. Let's take an example. This chart compares plastic to paper and board packaging. Today, plastic packaging has 3 times larger CO2 footprint. And in 30 years' time, plastic packaging, so 3 decades from now, they still will be higher than paper and board is today. And by then, they will be 7 times worse than paper and board. 1/4 of all plastics can be immediately replaced by paper and board. This is a huge untapped potential for substitution, and it's not the only one. There are lots of elements for substitution. So why are we continuing to pump fossil from the ground? Why are consumers not empowered to choose better when better solutions are available on the market? Because they could keep the fossil in the ground instead. Some think that they have a clever answer. They say that forest sink will then be the compensation for all of that. Well, is that really a sustainable solution? The EU will be the first carbon-neutral continent by 2050, and our industry has a strategic role to play in that development. Respecting the owners of the European forest, we are not claiming the forest sink for ourselves. We are planning to become truly fossil-free. But if the EU policy, on the other hand, is relying on the forest sink owned by someone somewhere to help those sectors that are considered to be difficult to decarbonize, it will be counterproductive, it will be inefficient, and it will be far from fair. Why counterproductive? Forests are not threatened by sustainable forest-based bioeconomy, but by the other sectors. Not the man in the forest, but the other people. And most of all, it's threatened by the climate change. The more fossil we pump up from the ground, the harder it gets for the forest to adapt, shaking actually the foundations of this policy. Why inefficient? Most fossil-intensive value chains are global, so much beyond the scope of EU policies. Allowing to continue fossil production forces our society to rely on slow, less optimal, and far more expensive mitigation tools. While, on the other hand, avoiding those emissions in the first place with low-carbon alternatives would immediately tackle the root cause, much cheaper, much faster. Why not fair? the policy choice is likely to result in calls for increased protection of forest as a sink. This would risk availability of sustainable wood for the forest-based ecosystem and, in the worst case, even reversing the substitution towards more fossil-intensive production. I think it's something we should really consider very seriously. Is it fair to announce today that still in 30 years' time, some are not expected to decarbonize? Is it fair to create incentives in the policy that are exporting pollution and importing loss of resilience of the EU economy? I trust that after today's discussions, you will make up your own mind, and perhaps you will join CEPI and the other forest-based sectors in calling for an efficient, fair, and resilient climate policy for Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Yuri. And yes, a round of applause is appropriate at this time. Yes, thank you. And Yuri is back on stage at the end of the seminar to share his main takeaways. So we are today going to discuss two very relevant political topics here in Brussels, namely climate change mitigation and later sustainable products. But we'll start with climate. And if we want to simplify things, we can say that the climate policy debate is very much around 2 years, 2030 and 2050, and how much emissions are to be cut by each one of those years. In March of this year, the Commission put forward a proposal for a climate law, which defines a 2050 climate neutrality objective. Then only a few weeks ago, the Commission proposed a change to this proposal, also including a 2030 target and setting that target at minus 55%. And since the March proposal, the co-legislative process has been going on here in Brussels. And you see here on the upper line of this slide that in the Parliament it is the Environment Committee who has been in charge, and the rapporteur has been Jutta Guteland of Sweden. And then on the lower line you see that there are discussions ongoing between member states in Council. They started already in June under the Croatian presidency. They are ongoing as we speak under the German presidency, and it could very well be that they would continue also in the beginning of next year, then under the Portuguese leadership. But once the Parliament and the Council has reached their position, it will be final negotiations, so-called trialogue. And then the European Union will, for the first time, have a climate law, a specific so-called climate law. And we will soon debate this with representatives of Parliament, Commission, Member States, and the forest-based sector. But first, we're going to listen to a highly relevant scientific intervention. So at this point, I welcome Dr. Peter Holmgren to the stage. And I'll read your credentials while you're making yourself seated. So you're a forestry specialist, and you've earlier been the Director General of the Center of International Forestry Research. I hope I got that right. Did I?
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yes, good.
Continue.
Keep on talking. Yeah. So you're going to present a report commissioned by CEPI on behalf of the forest-based value chain, focusing on the climate effects of the forest-based sector in the European Union. The stage is yours, Peter.
Many thanks, Anna. As you mentioned, this report was commissioned by CEPI together with a range of other European-based forest organizations. Now, normally I would speak about forests and forestry from a multifunctional perspective, all the benefits we can get from the forest to our society for sustainable development. Today, it will only be about the climate benefit. And it will be about how do we actually tell that story that we've heard already several times this morning, so that it can be shared and appreciated in a much wider circle than the forest specialists and the policymakers. So to start that story, I will first have a section in my presentation about what about the forest-based sector and the climate. And remember, we're only talking about the climate, so I will narrow down the scope of the forest to generating a wood supply to forest products, and that the market is also generating a demand for that wood, so that we have a functioning market here, if you like. But it's about the climate, so we have to transform this picture into the basic biophysics of the forest-based sector. And in that sense, the forest is a carbon storage. It supplies the biomass to forest products. Those forest products are used, they are reused, and eventually they are being combusted. And in most cases, we're actually making good use of the energy that is contained in these products. It then goes back into the atmosphere, the carbon that is, and actually back into the forest through the photosynthesis. Sometimes we hear that there's a time lag here, but let's not focus on the time lag or that discussion at the moment. Let's just focus on this is a balanced circle. As long as the carbon storage in the forest is not reduced, we have a circular functioning market. And in fact, it's very small text, so you can't read it, but we harvest about 2/3 of the stem wood that grows in Europe every year. And that actually corresponds only to 5 or 6% of the total biological production in the forest. So we are on the safe side, if you like. But we have to take this story a little bit further. And now I'm adding to the figure, I'm adding a few things. I'm adding the forest industry, which is of course where that wood is being transformed into the products. I'm adding, importantly, the recycling of products, which is key for our performance in the circular economy. And I'm also adding some other snippets here. As you can see, I'm adding the concept of recycling of carbon. I've been thinking about how do you explain the circularity here. And actually, what we're talking about is recycling of carbon. The carbon we've been using for a while in forest products, sooner or later makes its way back to the atmosphere, and then we recycle it in the forest. And not only that, we're actually building up that storage, so we have a net sink in the forest. Finally, there is a small piece that comes from the forest and in a shorter circle goes back to the forest. That is the traditional energy use that we actually have quite a lot of in Europe to this day. So all of this happens in the atmosphere and the biosphere, but what we're interested in here is how does this affect the global climate? Then we have to add the fossils. And we have to add that we are taking those fossils into the atmosphere. And then we have to think about where are the interactions between the forest-based sector and the climate in this picture. First of all, we have that net sink. We know all about that, where the forests in Europe are growing, the storage is growing, and that's a good thing. And actually, we report this to the Climate Change Convention every year. We also report the storage in the harvested wood products. This is actually not in itself an interaction with the global climate, but taken together, these 2 points are the added storage of carbon in the sector. And it's being reported every year to the convention. Every country in the union reports this, so there are good numbers. We understand this. But if we want to look at the totality of the sector, we have to add a few things. First, we have to say that there are fossil emissions in the sector. The industry itself has by and large reduced that to zero in many places. But there are still other pieces. Transportation is a big emission factor, for example. So that's one factor. The next factor, and here comes the substitution effect. The substitution effect works so that some of those fossil emissions are not made. Some of that oil or coal stays in the ground. So this is an immediate effect that we need to take into account. 2 points to make here. One is, it's not the same as storage. The storage in the harvested wood products is one thing, the substitution effect is another thing. And secondly, this is by and large invisible in current climate reporting, so we don't really have a good picture of what it is, and that's why this report was commissioned in the first place. Then finally, we have an effect of that traditional energy use. It's a smaller factor, so I will not spend a lot of time on that. These are the 5 points we identify as how the forest-based sector interact with the global climate. But there are some points that need attention in this. First of all, the net sink, we do report that, as I said. It's part of the LULUCF reporting. However, when IPCC produces their global reports, they do not include that net sink. In the land report, for example, you can read that it's explicitly excluded, which means that there's a dissonance between those reportings, which they also make clear. Secondly, some still argue that the biogenic emissions should be counted as fossil ones. This is perhaps a very contentious part of the debate at the moment. The picture we are presenting here is that this is indeed carbon recycling. It doesn't add to the climate change, and this is also how it has been agreed in the climate change conventions. Still, there is a debate. Thirdly, as I mentioned, substitution is hidden from view in official climate reporting. It's not absent, because when, let's say, concrete is replaced by wooden construction, the concrete sector will have reduced emissions, but that doesn't become visible for the forest-based sector. So it's there, but it's invisible. And then finally, because of the sector structure in the climate process, the forest is typically separated from the value chain and the circularity that we are telling the story about in this report. And the obvious example of this is that we have a separate LULUCF regulation, which is only looking at what's happening in the forest. Okay, so the next part of this presentation is to give you a snapshot of the European forest-based sector so that we know what we're talking about. This is a map that shows the forest, and it also shows in blue circles the size of the forest industry in the different European Union countries, plus a few others that are not members anymore. And as you can see, the forests are spread out all across Europe, and so is the industry. The main point of this, to show this picture, is to say that the forest-based sector is not only a Sweden and Finland affair. It is something that is large and very much contributing to the climate solutions in all countries in the Union. In fact, you can see at the bottom here that Sweden and Finland, yes, we have indeed 29% of the forest area. That's a lot. We only have 22% of the growth, though, because it's much colder up where we are. And we actually have 20% of the output because we have less recycled input in our end of the sector. So the picture is that this is a European-wide sector that is important in all places. This picture is a dynamic description of what's going on. There's been some debate over the summer about harvesting levels in Europe, and I thought I should use this picture to provide a perspective based on official statistics that all countries provide and that are of very high quality from European countries. From that, we can see that the growing stock in European forests have increased by 40% between 1990 and 2015. This is a huge increase. It's partly because the area has grown. The area has actually grown by double the combined size of Belgium and Netherlands in this period. And it's partly because the volume per hectare is going up quite rapidly in most places. If you look at the harvests, there are good statistics on that as well. You can see the blue line is the total harvest in Europe since 1963. It's going slowly up. It's currently at about 500 million cubic meters per year. By comparison, the orange line is Sweden and Finland. It's also going up, but not as fast as for the rest of the continent, which is interesting. Then you see a little green dash at the top. That's how much it grows. So we are not harvesting the growth, far from it. So a question to take from this picture is, what are we going to do with all that wood? wrong button. Okay, now the substitution effect. This is a complex thing, and we need to understand it well. Actually, calling it a substitution effect in a way makes it an alternative. I don't really like being the alternative, so I think we should start talking about elimination of demand of fossil fuels, because that's what it is about. There are some issues around this. First of all, what is the question? Well, since there has not been any firm standards developed, this varies a little bit between different studies. But most common is to express this as how much fossil carbon remain underground for each ton of carbon in the forest-based products. And we can measure that in tons of carbon by tons of carbon. This works for the normal forest products, but it may not work for other forest benefits. For example, wild meat is difficult to use this measure for, but that's actually another substitution effect that we can bring up in another study. Some issues here. If we focus too much on the products as such, we're missing there is a risk that we miss the big picture. I mentioned the methodology standards. They have not evolved yet because there is no formal reporting of substitution effects. Research results are therefore a bit limited and can be difficult to compare. And if we use averages for broad product categories, this will conceal products with very high effects and those with little effects. And of course, we would like to gear towards those that have a high effect, seeing it from a climate perspective. So that's another issue in this. Taking all that together and basing it on past studies, it is possible to derive some conservative substitution factors, which we've done in this study. For solid wood products, we know that building with wood is better than building with fossil-based materials. We estimate that 1.5 tons of fossil carbon remain in the ground for every ton of carbon in the wood-based products. For fiber products, it's a bit lower, but still packaging and combining that with the energy use at the end generates a substitution effect of about 1 ton per ton. Bioenergy also generates substitution effects. We put this conservatively because not all bioenergy systems are efficient, but still there is a substantial effect also of that. And then for traditional bioenergy, it is much less. So the point here is that all the different product categories contribute to the substitution effect. So what are the results? And what is my timing?
2-3 minutes.
That's okay. So back to this figure. We had 5 points of interaction, right? So let's take the first two, the net forest sink and the harvested wood products. These are known figures. They are in the official statistics. You can just read it from there. 400 tons of net sink, that's about 10% of the EU emissions, and about 41 in increased storage and harvested wood products. That's good. We have some emissions. There are about 51 million tons, a lot of that in transportation, as I mentioned. The industry as such is almost fossil-free in many places. We have the substitution effect. It is as big as the net sink, 400 million tons per year. And then we have a small effect of the traditional energy use, but that's kind of negligible in this context. So if we add those together in a table form, we get a sum of 800 million tons of carbon dioxide per year as a climate effect of the forest-based sector. That's 20% of EU emissions. Calculating conservatively and not taking into account the efficiency gains that I think Jori mentioned in his previous intervention. 20% of EU emissions today. Oops, that's not my picture.
Not yours.
Can I go
so
back?
Just stay there, Peter. First of all, a round of applause for Peter for his presentation. Can we get a bit of noise in the room? Yeah. Thank you. And since I'm the moderator, I get the privilege of asking you a few questions straight away. So correct me if I'm wrong, but the new big thing with this study is putting a number on the climate effect from material substitution.
Yes, the material substitution and the energy substitution. Both are important, but of course the material substitution is what we never hear about, as you mentioned before.
is there any risk that you've double counted these numbers?
No. I think this is a discussion that originated from not really separating the storage in harvested wood products from the substitution effect, and it's really important to keep them apart. There is no double counting in that sense.
Is the study peer-reviewed?
We've done this study. We've used this model in a number of situations at corporate levels and at the Swedish level. And the method as such is peer-reviewed, and we have had scientific roundtables around it. Still, there is a need to do more science here, and this is a call for those that work on forest and climate issues.
But you're saying the calculation methodology has been peer-reviewed earlier?
Yes.
And here you've applied the same methodology?
That's right.
And I know from the study that you have gathered data for 27 member states and 3 more countries. Norway, Switzerland,
UK.
Oh, UK. I keep thinking about them as part of the Union. I'm sorry. That was for you, Clive. So if we turn this into the Eurovision Song Contest, just imagine. I know you're a scientist, but go with me on this. So this is the Eurovision Song Contest. So which country or member state is going to get the 12 points in these calculations?
12 points to Germany.
Germany. So it's like the World Cup in football then. We play for 90 minutes and then Germany wins.
It's something like that. But in fact, it proves my point earlier that this is not a Swedish and Finnish issue. It is really a European-wide forest-based sector that contributes. And Germany happens to have a very large forest industry and very high rate of growth in their forests.
Okay. Good. Well, thank you, Peter. You are released from your island. You can make your way down to the seat. And now we'd like to hear a bit from you as participants and those of you are on the live broadcasting. So get your device out again. And you've been active here already. So this time we're asking you, which key finding from this study do you think can reinforce or have the biggest influence on EU climate policy going forward? And we're asking you, could it be the fact that the forest-based sector removes 20% of EU fossil emissions? That is the blue part. Or the yellow, is it because promoting forest-based products, then we can keep even more fossils in the ground? Or is it the third alternative, that the forest-based sector's impact can grow even more with the right policy tools? Things are moving. It means that people are answering. It's interesting how it's shifting. It's getting almost like a dead race here. Well, look at that. I think we'll sort of give a call here that there seems to be a majority saying that the main takeaway that will influence policy going forward is the fact that this is a big impact, but it can grow and be even bigger with the right policy tools. Yes. I am now happy to present a new panel for you, and this time we're going to discuss the role of forests and forest products for carbon neutrality, and is EU climate policy going in the right direction or not? And with my help to do that, I will, on this island over here, have a very knowledgeable person by the name of Artur Runge Metzger. So please make your way up to your island. You have some sanitizing equipment there in case you feel like you want to do a swipe. So Artur is director at the Directorate General for Climate Action at the European Commission. Welcome. And on this side, I'm welcoming Piotr Borkowski. Piotr is executive director at EUSTAFOR, the European State Forest Association. Welcome to you as well.
Thank you.
And then with us via link, we are going to have, and now here's the challenge for me to pronounce correctly, João Moraes Sarmento. Is João with us? Yes?
I am.
Welcome. You are the Councillor for Environment at the Portuguese Permanent Representation to the European Union. You're very welcome.
Thank you.
And within very shortly, we will have a blonde lady arriving. You will see her walk her way through here and be on that side. It is Jytte Guteland, a member of European Parliament and rapporteur on the climate law. She has been somewhat upheld in a discussion in the Parliament, but she is on her way, so just bear with us. But we will kick off this discussion with the three gentlemen. So, my first question is going to be similar to the one that we asked to the audience. So, in other ways, having listened to the results of this study, what do you think will be the main impact on EU climate policy going forward? And I think, since the lady is not here, we'll start with you, Piotr, on this side. What do you think will be the impact?
Thank you. First of all, I should say thank you to the presenter, to the expert, because it's indeed very good presentation, actually drawing everybody's attention to the aspects which have not been until now very explicitly explained in the policy-making process. So I also would like to thank CEPI for inviting Eustafor, among other actors in the forest-based value chain, and we gladly supported this study because we believe it should be how forest, widely defined forest value chain should be reflected in the future EU climate policy. So, of course, we hope that as much as possible will be picked by the European policymakers. We have one of those from the Commission, Mr. Runge-Metzger. Among us, we have also members of European parliaments, but we have also governments hopefully following this event. And the message is clear. If we include the value which can be provided by the entire sector with these three S, as we are supporting as the European State Forest Association as well, so sequestration, storage, but substitution, then the overall positive effect and contribution to meeting the 2050 targets will be more significant than compared to when we, for example, consider forests as assets which should serve mainly as the sink, carbon sink. So for me, it's, I cannot tell you whether it will be taken for sure and to what extent, but I can only share with you my hope that it will be as much taken as possible.
And over to you, João. Do you think there will be an impact on climate policy going forward based on this report, and in that case, what?
Hello, good morning. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation on behalf of the Portuguese Permanent Representation. Listening to the study, I think there are several elements in this study that are important. We are in a defining moment or a redefining moment for climate policy in the EU. So I think elements like this and studies like this will certainly help us make way on our progress on the several climate files and overall the LULUCF file that we know that we will have to look into carefully during next year. And so this is what I would like to point out at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. And then over to the policymaker, Artur. Does a report like this, does it make any difference in the policy discussion?
Maybe first to say, I'm not the policymaker. The policymaker will come through that door very soon.
You're a policy proposal.
We're making policy proposals. No, if I look at the study, I think from what I've seen in the presentation, it 100% supports what the Commission has been proposing in terms of its long-term strategy, and also when you look at the 2030 framework, where we have set a target, minus 55%, but we have at the same time said it will require some modifications, changes in the legislative framework, and there's some indication in the communication on what needs to be done. And I think one of the aims is to better reflect what is the contribution of the land use change and forestry sector. I think that's a clear intention that is mentioned in the communication. So I would think that we are 100% in line with the main findings. We can kind of fight about a number here and a number there, and maybe did you count it in this way or the other way, but it's very clear already today in our inventories we have this, what is called the invisible effect, is fully captured. We recognize the value forests and agriculture products give when it comes to the energy sector, but we also, I think, take into account the sink of the agriculture and the forestry sector. So on all these different elements, I think they are very clearly enshrined in the policy going forward. What you will also see in other policies that are facilitating, like the research policy, that we support what is called the bioeconomy. And that means that we should make much more use of natural products, natural feedstocks in our industries and in the different parts. And we see there is a lot of innovation happening. And I think there is a possibility to accelerate. Otherwise, we wouldn't have put forward the 55% target, which means a doubling of the effort that is required in the next 10 years compared to what we had just decided 2 years ago.
And you used the expression, there is this invisible effect. Yeah. I believe Peter said the effect is embedded. And I know you and I have discussed this before, that the effect is out there. It's just not visible today in policy in that way that Peter has. But is that something we could expect? Could we expect policy going forward that actually shows, sort of attributes the fossil emissions kept in ground due to use of forest-based products, that would be sort of...
I think you see it when you look at the graphs going forward in terms of climate neutrality. And also if you look at the impact assessment now for the 2030 communication, we clearly say that the consumption of coal, for instance, in the next 10 years is going to be cut by around 70% compared to 2015. And part of that is subject to more use of biomass in the energy sector. But of course, there's also more use of solar panels and of wind energy in order to generate the energy we need to substitute the coal, if you want. So the substitution effects are there. We have not assigned them to each individual industry because we have the same discussion with, let's take the steel industry saying, but look, all these windmills are built with steel. So we are substituting through steel production coal. And you can do that across the entire society. And of course, you will always come crossways. But these exercises are being done at the present point in time because I think all industry is looking at the entire supply and value chain. And I think that is good. That is the way we should be thinking in terms of the entire integration of that.
Yeah, you know, that's the normal way of thinking when you run a business. You have to think the value chain.
Yeah, but kind of, let's be honest, for 200 years, many people were not looking at the full value chain. They were looking at, okay, where can I get this input and where can I get that input, how that input is being produced. And I think even if you look at the world, let's be honest with each other, that is not happening everywhere in the world. It's a trend and we want to push that forward. You have seen our Circular Economy Action Plan, which also has some elements that relate to forests. So that is the way we want to definitely take it forward.
Thank you. Back to you, João. When you are negotiating this, you know, the climate law and the 2030 target in the Council, is the topic of avoiding fossil emissions through material substitution, is that even on the table in your negotiations? Or is it perhaps something even that Portugal is promoting?
Well, the challenge for 2030 and 2050 is very big, and the Council, we are at this point addressing all the elements that the Commission has set out into the proposals, and our German colleagues are doing very extensive work, and they're very committed to look into the climate assist plan that we have been presented. We are still in very initial stages of the debate, of the presentation of the plan. And yes, the sinks and all the context surrounding forests is one of the important elements. We have, the Commission has been very clear that we have to act in a way that we can increase or revert what has been identified as the decrease in our ability to capture carbon naturally. So this is one of the elements that's been highlighted, and we will address that, of course, in Council in the debates that we will have on the Climate Assist Plan and on the proposals that will appear in June next year by the end of our presidency.
Okay, thank you. Piotr, in her State of the Union address on the 16th of September, Ursula von der Leyen highlighted the climate benefit in building in wood. And I think you probably noticed this, so did many other of us in the forest-based sector, as a very positive statement. Do you think this is the icebreaker that will now sort of bring climate policy forward, talking about the benefits of material substitution?
Yes, indeed. We noticed this, of course. We even published last Friday a respective statement as a reaction from state forestry organizations. We welcome this statement very much because actually it draws very much the public attention to important sector which can be even strengthened in terms of its climate neutrality delivery in the future. But what is important there is that this sector has been used until now, and then it can even use more renewable, sustainably produced raw material. So, of course, it's only like one of the outputs of forestry, one of the end uses. When talking about general multifunctionality of forest management, but even if we narrow this down to this economic function and wood as a main output, we have also some other assortments for other industries. So that's why we are gladly talking about these forest-based industries ecosystems, which embraces a number of industries which are making living actually on the primary product which is delivered from sustainable forest management. And in the statement of Mrs. von der Leyen, it was very good that she drew the attention to this particular sector, but in somehow interpreting the message, we should keep in mind that this sector is much broader. And I believe that also the study presented just a while ago also shows us that the potential which can be, the possible gain is much broader than what even was taken into account to date policy analysis. And then I'm also happy to hear from Arthur that Commission is very sensitive on this and is trying to embrace all these elements, and then also supported by the solid data from international reporting into its policy analysis in future policy planning. But at the same time, still I have the impression that in the recently published this 2030 climate target plan, we still see forests as a sector. Forest-based industry is maybe not very explicit there, but still forests are mentioned like, and the role is, forests have assigned this role of carbon sinks, which automatically draws the attention somewhere else. So then if we can have in the future policy making a bit of more balance and explaining actually that there are also other contributions which can be achieved from forests, which is a very genuine European asset, managed over decades in a way which shows also in solid numbers that the resource develops. The resource may be setting aside the current situation with for example, bark beetle infestation or these climate-induced negative events over the last 2, 3, 4 years. But in general, we can see also positive tendencies when it comes to forest health, vitality. We still have a lot to invest, which I believe also strong political support should come from EU climate policy, because then maybe I will have a chance to refer to this later on, but then...
Yeah, I think we'll actually move on now and go to another topic. And I would like to discuss a bit about, you know, how do we divide the fairness and the solidarity concerning these climate objectives. And I would like to start by claiming on behalf of the forest-based value chains that we, you know, all sectors of society and member states need to pitch in to reach these climate objectives. And as we heard Juri Ringman say before, any other setup would be counterproductive, inefficient, and not fair, or far from fair, I think, were the use you used. So to be more explicit, we are afraid that we would be the forest sinks that need to absorb emissions while other sectors or other actors would continue with their fossil emissions. So I'll go back to you now, Arthur, because in the climate law proposal in March, you suggested that it was the Union as a whole that should reach climate neutrality for 2050. And now, 2 weeks ago, you also proposed that it's the EU as a whole to reach a 2030 target of -55. Why did you propose it this way? Would it have been too hot a political potato to say that every member state or every sector should reach it?
I think that goes straight to the heart of fairness, what you're saying, because if you look around in the member states, it's true, you will find trees everywhere. But I think, as Peter was outlining, it's very different from one member state to the other. So in terms of the kind of what is God-given, or if you want to say it, put it like that, in terms of your natural resource base, is very different in Europe. And I think we are convinced in Europe that if we stick together, we will solve the problem in the most efficient way. But that also means that everybody will have to bring to the table where he is good at. Because I could also put the question and say, okay, in terms of orange production, let's make sure everybody produces the orange he wants to eat, whether he lives in Sweden and Finland or whether he lives in the Mediterranean. And I think from that example, you will see it's good that we have trade in Europe, because everybody can put into the system what he's good at and where he has a comparative advantage. And definitely, if you look at Sweden and Finland, there is a comparative advantage looking at these different functions that forests can fulfill. And I think that was, is a good point maybe to explain why is there so much emphasis in the communication that just came out on the sinks side.
Yes.
The issue is, I think, it goes back to the IPCC report on 1.5 degrees Celsius. Because if you look there at what needs to happen globally until the year 2100, is that we not only need to bring fossil emissions down to zero, we also need to make sure that we capture CO2 from the atmosphere. And depending on how much fossil fuel goes out, the more we will have to capture. And that capturing function is not infinite, it's finite. We have not only so much land in Europe where forests can grow. So that also means there is a limit to it. And we need to manage that very well. And we also need to make sure, of course, that in terms of the balance, in terms of the contribution of forests, it's going to be optimized. So the different streams you have been presenting, there is somewhere an optimum which we should achieve in order to make it cost efficient. When we look at what is happening in Europe in terms of the sinks, and you can look at the progress reports of the Commission, since 2013, the sink function is declining. It is true that the net sink is there still in Europe, but it's going down. And we see in nature what is happening. There is a lot of pressure because of climate change. If that continues and if that is unchecked, then we might lose the sink, which would mean if you really want then to capture CO2 from the atmosphere, you are left with carbon capture and storage. And we know this debate in Europe in terms of how many friends you have. It's also a difficult discussion. So therefore, I think we were ringing the alarm bells a little bit and saying we need to do more in terms of thinking about our forests and what needs to be done. And that's not only the forests, it's also the sink that we have in the agricultural soils. And I think we will come out with a forestry strategy in a few months' time, where hopefully we can start addressing some of these issues. Because what is clear is that there is definitely more political acceptance to use forest as sinks in Europe. So we should see, is there possibilities to expand the sink? And it is in the soil, and it's in the and it's in the agriculture, so it's the whole picture, not forest alone. And that is, I think, why we put so much emphasis in the communication on this. And the other reason, of course, is that if you want to generate a sink that is sizable, it's not that tomorrow you have it. It needs to grow. And 2050 is 30 years. What is 30 years for a forest? Kind of the trees will still look young for a 30-year-old forest. When they really get to the biggest capacity in order to start absorbing carbon dioxide. So therefore, there is also a matter of urgency here that we need to address in the coming years. And it's not because some are saying you're only looking at afforestation because there is this plan to plant 3 billion trees. No, it's also reforestation. When I was traveling by train from here to Berlin during the summer, and you look at the state of the trees and the forests, you get worried. Kind of birch trees are dying everywhere. Spruce trees are dying everywhere. So this is something we need to address. And I think we need to address that urgently. This is something that is now at our hand.
Thank you, Arthur. You actually went into several areas I intended to ask questions about later, but we'll get back to that. We'll go to you, João, at the Portuguese PermRep instead. You have considerable forest assets in Portugal, just a very different type from other parts, or for instance, the northern parts of Europe. Are you concerned that you could end up being the carbon sink for other parts of Europe that decide not to do what they need to do to reduce their fossil emissions? Or do you believe that the solidarity is going to work within the European Union?
I believe very truly that solidarity is going to work. This is always an element, solidarity and fairness is always an element that is very present in our discussions in Council. As are taking into account national circumstances, different starting points, and the distributional effects. Portugal is very committed to do its part. We have a net zero plan, so there's a very important role to play also in the forest sector in Portugal. And I would like to pick up on one element. We have not one forest, we have several forests. And forests, like Council, have, I think, are a good example to understand why we can't take, there's not going to be a solution fits all, and everybody is going to count on a certain member state to do its role as a carbon sink. Our forests are productive. We have very specific forests. We have the cork forest that we are very well known to explore. So there will be, for sure, a contribution from our forests, as there will be in other points of Europe. But this is something where fairness and solidarity will play in, and there will be a balance in Council and in our proposals, as there usually is. So this is something we really rely on.
Thank you. Shortly, Piotr, now if you take on the hat of being a forester, wouldn't you be okay being the sink for everyone else as long as you get paid for it?
You know, it's not an easy question, of course. Finances is only one part of the whole story, but actually we entered into the discussion, which is also like a second part of our interest, because it's for us the role of forests and the sector in the debate about the future climate objectives and targets. It's not only the mitigation part. For us, it's adaptation. I have exactly the same impressions while traveling across Germany that something wrong is going on. But then for us as managers and owners, because we also have to respect the fact that the beginning of the value chain is with forest owners, with forest managers, millions making living on this. As Lennart mentioned, also hundreds of thousands of managers and other specialists. And we have to ensure that if we want to contribute with the mitigation as sink function, we have to ensure the proper management. It was already said that it's not even 20 years, it's much more. But then we need, of course, earn money somewhere to be able to reinvest as forest owners and managers, because this is the only guarantee that we maintain the asset in such a condition which will allow providing the best possible contribution to this mitigation part, which that's why this third S substitution for us is so important, because it's a source of income. We at the same time, of course, if we have money, we know what to do with this as owners and managers. But at the same time, let's be honest, we don't believe in such a financial reality that we can make forest management completely dependent on subsidies from somewhere, state budget or in other taxation imposed on the society. I mean, is it realistic these days when we have to recover actually from a huge crisis due to COVID?
I think that's probably a discussion we could have a whole event around. At this point, I'm going to say very welcome to Jytte Guteland. On this side of the stage, please. And there's a hand microphone which has been cleaned before you came. Thank you for being here. So Jytte is a member of European Parliament. She's the rapporteur on the climate law. And we're so happy that you could be here. I have already discussed a bit with the gentlemen. So you have Piotr Borkowski from the European State Forest Association. We have João, which is the environmental councillor at the Portuguese PermRep. And I'm quite certain that you know Artur Runge-Metzger already. Yes. So I'll recuperate a bit here so that you get a chance to talk about some of the things that we've talked about. And then, gentlemen, you can sort of rest for a little while. So your report in the European Parliament was progressive in many ways. But I couldn't see that you were equally progressive on pointing out the importance that we substitute the fossil-based materials for other types of materials, what we often call the material substitution. How come you didn't have that in your report?
I, of course, don't want to go in and correct, that would be rude, but we have text on the importance of substitution and the importance of having renewable materials. And I believe that forest is, and the whole sustainable forest management is a huge potential for climate, as well as for the whole ecosystem with the circular economy. And I really believe that we can have good substitution where we can have good potential for using the wood, not only for climate, but also in exchange of the different commodities that we nowadays don't use in wood.
Excellent that I was wrong. I'm happy to hear that.
You get happy now.
Yeah. We've also here on stage discussed fairness and solidarity in reaching the 2030 and the 2050 objectives. And there you've gone further than the Commission proposal. You've suggested that every member state should reach these targets, not just the EU as a whole. Do you think you're going to get that through the final negotiations with Council and Commission, the trialogue?
I prefer not to speculate too much because I also know that there will be a give and take in the negotiations as always. I know you all are involved in the politics on the EU level and understand the dynamics of the trialogue. But that being said, I'm very happy about the support that we got for this binding element, not only on the EU level, but also on the member state level, not only from some groups, but from a good majority of the groups. And we see both in the Environmental Committee, but now also in front of plenary vote next week, that this is something that we got support for in front of plenary. Of course, I don't know how the vote will end, but I'm really happy about it. Can I very quick say why? Only one sentence. Because I know, of course, that there is a challenge for some member states to go on with the transition because we are not all in the same level. On the other hand, if member states have a longer distance to reach climate neutrality, if they wait and will become too late after the others, the support to get there via EU funds, via just transition funds and other means will be less likely. Because the member states who already is there will not be happy to see that kind of circulation of means when they already reached climate neutrality. So I believe we need to help more the member states who have a longer distance, but they also need to commit to reach to climate neutrality. This is the fair game here. Some member states will be unhappy to help. Others will be not happy to raise the ambition, but that's the Brussels compromise we need to accomplish.
Yeah, I see the dilemma there. So
yes,
yeah. I'm going to sort of go to the final area of questions, and for us in the forest-based sector, it's so self-evident that if you do sustainable forest management, you can increase the sink, increase the storage in forest and products, and get material for smart products. So you can, it's not a question of one or the other, it's a question of all three. And so far, we don't really experience that sustainable forest management is one of those sort of building foundations in the EU climate policy. It's more about how big is the sink or da-da-da. So Arthur, can we in the future, you think, expect that there will be this policy development which clearly says that it's the active, sustainable forest management that will maximize the climate benefit? Because that also includes harvesting to produce products.
I would be surprised where you find a sentence where it not talks about what we want the agriculture and forestry sector to do, not to do it in an or unsustainable way. We always say it needs to be sustainable, and the different streams and the different benefits and the different contributions through the different ways you can use forests and use agriculture, they should come to the fore. And I would like to pick up on what Piotr was just saying, in terms of at the end of the day, it's the farmer and the forester who will have to make a living. And let's be honest, with the substitution, that works, because we have a carbon price in Europe in the energy sector. And that carbon price has been increasing quite a lot, which means it pushes out coal out of the energy mix, and it brings in bioenergy, for instance, into the energy mix. And even to some extent that we hear complaints, there's too much biomass going into energy use. And the same is true for any other place where we have a carbon price working. There is immediately a benefit for forest products, for agricultural products that are produced in a different way. The only area where we don't have that at the present point in time is the sinks. Because today, no state forest can make a living on sinks, because who's going to pay for that? So it means it's not being valued, that function of the forest. And I think that is something where we need to get to at a certain point in time, because if we don't value the sinks function of the forest and of the agriculture, farmers and foresters will not care. And that is what we fear a little bit is happening at the present point in time. I've seen interviews where you see plots of forests that are affected by bark beetle. And usually the law says you need to take out that wood from the forest. But of course, that timber is kind of half the value or even much less than the normal timber. And there is some foresters who are refusing to do so. It still has a lot of carbon dioxide in it, so it's not being valued. So you'd rather leave it in the forest and it just goes up and becomes CO2 again. So the question really is, and I think that is the central question also in the communication that came just out, how can we make sure that first of all we count what is happening on the sink side? Because if you don't count, it doesn't count for the farmer. The first thing is get the counting right. The second thing is, how do you make sure that you put a value to that counting? And that is something we are exploring with the farmers, for instance, in our initiative, which is called carbon farming, which I mentioned before. So to see, is there a way farmers can be rewarded? And that, Piotr, is not a subsidy, it's a reward for a service that you are doing. And I think that is where we need to get to in the end. That will take us many years. That's not going to happen from today to tomorrow, and might not happen between now and 2025 or 2030, but in 2050 we need to be at that place. Otherwise, we might make very wrong decisions, and that's not good.
Interesting. Jutta, in the parliament negotiations, there seems to have been quite a lot of focus on forests as sinks. You had this discussion about natural sinks and technological sinks. Tell us a bit, what was all that about? What was the political conflict in it?
Yeah, we had it a couple of times now, but there is both regarding the INI for the forest strategy, but also, of course, there is the ongoing discussion of how big the carbon sink can be in Europe. I think that the Commission underestimate the potential of the carbon sink in their own impact assessment. So I think there is a bigger potential. But for me, it's very important also to point out that a good managed forest will actually improve the carbon sink for Europe, not the opposite. And for some politicians, they don't have that, I would not be rude and say knowledge, but they have the idea that if the forest is reserved, then it will naturally have a bigger uptake from the atmosphere. But from the point of view and from my home country, Sweden, we have a very common understanding that when the tree is growing, it can have a bigger uptake. So we need to have a managed sustainable management of the forest that makes sure that we actually have the production. And then, of course, we plant new trees as well to be able to make it bigger. But I think the Commission underestimates the potential.
Okay. Shortly, yes.
Because I want to explain why we have been using this value of 225 million tons or so in terms of what the sink could be. That is what member states are reporting to us, where they estimate where they think is going to be in the year 2030. We also say in our scenarios the potential could be much bigger, could be 300 million tons. But the question is, do these 75 million tons fall like manna from heaven? No, they will not. And you know that very well, because there is a forester who will have to manage the forest in an active way. And it means he will have to invest something. He will have to reforest in a certain way. He will have to take care. So there is expenses related to that in order to reverse the sink. So the question is then, and I think Piotr was putting the question, are we going to have to rely on subsidies to happen? Or is there different ways of doing that? And that is the question that the Commission is putting forward in its communication. And that is where we would like to see a debate among foresters, forest industry, farmers, in order to say, look, which direction do we want to go? How do we realize that potential? Because in 2030, you know the calculation of the Commission as well as I do, that is not going to be sufficient for the year 2050. In the year 2050, we reckon we probably need a sink at the size of 500 million tons. Again, this is not going to fall like manna from heaven or by demanding and saying, you must do this or that. I think that's not going to work in Europe.
A little bit of tension going on
Yes.
here. We like it, yes. We're turning to you, João. You've heard Jutta say that, yes, we need to actively manage our forests, thereby we can increase the sink and the storage, etc. We've heard Arthur say that, yeah, we want to make sure that the foresters really keep forests in good health and sort of make them grow actively. So once again, Portugal has big forest assets. Are you, from the Portuguese side, are you pushing for this in the council negotiations, that the council would take a clear stand of the importance of active forest management in the climate mitigation policies?
Well, like I said, Anna, we are still in the very beginning of our assessment of this climate assessed plan. So We're looking into several elements, and I would like to also point out that Council under the German presidency is looking into other important strategies that the Commission has put forward, namely the biodiversity strategy, the circular economy strategy. Next year, as Arthur has said, we will have the forestry strategy and the adaptation strategy. So we have a diverse array of elements that we will look into, and bearing in mind all the ecosystem services that forests provide. So we have to be mindful of the broad scope of elements that we will have to look into. And yes, like I said before, you can count on Portugal's commitment and to develop whatever solutions we can as well.
Well, thank you. And with that, I'm going to draw this discussion to a close, because we are soon going to continue on another political discussion. So thank you to Arthur, Jytte, Piotr, and you, Zhao. And yes, a round of applause, please. And you make your way down from the stage as safely as you can. And I'm going to say that it's time for us to move over to discuss the other interesting topic of today, namely sustainable products. So this spring, the Commission published a new Circular Economy Action Plan. It defines that the Commission, during next year, will present, and I quote, a sustainable product policy legislative initiative. End of quote. That was long. Yeah. We do not know yet exactly what this initiative will contain, but when we note several important items for forest-based products, such as the establishment of sustainability principles, perhaps mandatory recycled content, restriction of single-use products, and the reduction of over-packaging and packaging waste. It is obvious for us when reading the action plan that the Commission is focusing on several vital concepts. They call them reuse, upgrade, repair, and recycle. So let's compare these concepts for two products that we can all associate to. And the first one is a bike. It can and should be reused for years. It can definitely be upgraded. You need to repair it regularly. And once, it's too old for you, at least you can recycle parts of it. So the bike tick all four of these concepts. If we then look at a medicine packaging, you should not reuse it. That could actually be dangerous for your health. Why should you upgrade it? You can repair it if it's broken with a piece of tape, but you should definitely recycle it. So the packaging only ticks one of the four. Does that, by definition, mean that a packaging is less sustainable than the bike? No, that is a way too narrow perspective, we would say. And talking about recycling, it's worth remembering that you heard before from Juri Ringman that 72% of paper and board consumed in Europe is recycled today. It is a high number. This number has been developed over decades, and the recycling operations are well integrated into the forest-based industries. And within these recycling operations, you have fresh and recycled fibers, and they play different roles, depending on, for instance, customer specifications, or geography or availability of recycled material. So in other words, it's not a question of one or the other, it's a question of both have their roles to play. And with that being said, it is time for the next panel to enter the stage or the screens. Oh, excuse me, I made a mistake. We're going to ask you a Menti question, and you have already been on the case. Good for me to get that right. And this time we have asked you to tell us what you think characterizes a sustainable product to you. We have 8 alternatives, and let's see what we have. We have a clear preference that the product should be from a renewable resource. It should be recyclable. It should help keep fossils in the ground. And it should protect biodiversity. Those are the top 4 characteristics that you choose to put on a sustainable product. Things are developing in front of our eyes here, but the 4 that I mentioned are still very much in the lead, you could say. I think it, to a large extent, reflects the audience that we have today, where we have a lot of forest owners and forest industry representatives. Good. Then we are going to move on to introduce the next panel. So I welcome up on stage Mr. Clive Pinnington, who is the Managing Director at the European Panel Federation. Welcome.
Thank you.
And you and I, we are going to have the whole stage to ourselves because digitally we are connected to two more participants. We have Christian Egenhofer, who is a Senior Research Fellow and Head of Energy and Climate at CEPS, a well-known think tank here in Brussels. Welcome, Christian.
Hello.
And we have Emmanuel Maire, Head of Unit for Sustainable Production, Products and Consumption at the Directorate General for Environment at the European Commission. Welcome.
Good morning to everyone.
And the technology is working. It makes life a lot easier up here. So you just saw what the audience stated as characteristics for a sustainable product. I'll ask the same question to you to begin with, and I'll start with the lady. So, Maire, if you in a few statements could say what is a sustainable product to you, what would you say? Emmanuel?
Well, I think this is an excellent question, one that has been keeping us very busy at the European Commission and surely will continue to do so. We know that there are many, many products on the European Union markets which are not sustainable. Why? Because they use a lot of resources during production, for example, the impact of mining. They cause pollution and resource use during the use phase, for example, energy, water, emissions. They have a short product lifetime, for example, single-use or early obsolete products not repairable. And they are very poor in terms of remanufacturing performance. And the end result is that they end up in being incinerated or landfilled. So what we have been doing is to develop methods at European Union level to measure the life cycle impacts of products. And those methods are called the environmental footprint methods. And they are known, I guess, to many participants. So you have mentioned the Circular Economy Action Plan, and the highlight, the key action on the Circular Economy Action Plan is the Sustainable Product Initiative, which aim at developing sustainable principles so that products last longer, have reduced environmental footprint, and really deliver for what consumers, be they final consumers like you and I, or public buyers deliver. So I would encourage you to give your vision of what sustainable products are in the public consultation which is ongoing on sustainable product policy.
Well, thank you. I'll turn to you, Clive, now. What would the characteristics for a sustainable product be for you?
Thank you, Anna. Well, the Menti rather stole my thunder. I was going to, of course, highlight the renewable aspect of products. We fully support what Mrs. Maire has said about products lasting longer, reusable, recyclable, incorporating recycled material. But certainly from the forest-based industries, we have the joy of having a renewable material. We think somehow that should feature in this initiative, possibly through the product environmental footprint or LCAs, as has just been said. When I was thinking about it, I thought, well, if we say we are automatically sustainable because we're renewable, does that make us complacent? No, it doesn't. Take what I know well, particle board, like you have in your kitchens, in your furniture around the house. There are particle boards that are made 90% from recovered wood and industrial byproducts. 90%, more than 90%. So just because we're renewable doesn't mean that we won't espouse these values of durability and long life. So I'm very happy about that. And what we're thinking about is this concept of natural, sustainable carbon capture and storage in trees and wood-based products. And that's what we would like to take to this discussion.
Okay, thank you. And over to you, Christian. You work at a think tank, so you can allow yourself to have this sort of outside perspective on things. Do you have a view on what a sustainable product is?
Working on this, and you have seen in this poll and also in your initial example, it depends very much on the product. And of course, different products will have different combinations. So what I have not yet heard is that how do we account for technological evolution? Products will be changing very, very fast. Arthur has mentioned the innovation part, very important. And there will be a moment where a new product, even if it's recycled or reused many times, may be beneficial in the life cycle than others. So we need some sort of dynamic adjustment to take that into account. Now, for this, the key point, Emmanuel mentioned it already, is of course the carbon footprint information, and luckily there is a lot of information available from the JRC, for example, and the origin. You know, I would be personally very interesting to see what's the outcome of the German supply law in the end once it's adopted and in what form. I think we will get a lot of information whichever way this goes.
Interesting, because just like listening to the three of you, there are so many aspects that you can connect to sustainable products. There are so many ways to approach this concept. There's so many ways to define it. So we'll now sort of focus and drill a bit on some of these items. I don't claim that we will have time enough to drill on all of them, but the first one I'm going to lift is, would a mandatory recycle content improve product sustainability? And I'll start with a claim. I would say that we in the forest-based sector, we claim that requesting such a mandatory content for a product to be seen as sustainable, it might sound nice, it might show good policy intentions, but the outcome could actually be that for some value chains, it could destroy already well-functioning systems. So what might initially sound like, you know, smart policy could have some other sides to it. So Clive, for the business that you represent, would a mandatory recycled content be a positive thing? Would it create value added, growth? Would it sort of take you forward?
Well, a bit like you, Anna, theoretically yes, but in practice we're very hesitant over this. And I'll explain why. Conceptually, we prefer market-driven change to regulatory change. We'd rather it's the consumers who wish to purchase a product with recycled content. So we'd rather educate them than oblige them by forcing it into the chain. The reason we feel this is, I told you just now, in particle board we have 90% recycled. So on the one hand, we should say, great, the more the better, we can do it. There are other products, though, where it's much, much harder, in fact, technically not possible at this stage. Many of you are on remote access, but those of you who are here in the room, you're sitting on plywood chairs. Plywood cannot be made with recycled material. We're not there. We don't have that. So if you were to oblige that from tomorrow, plywood would disappear. It would be replaced by other products which might be far less beneficial to the climate, for example. So we're very cautious about mandatory recycled content. We would much rather create secondary raw material streams, consider outlets for them, of which we would be one for sure, but then let the consumer pull those through rather than pushing them from the regulatory side.
Okay, interesting. Christian, once again, your think tank perspective, would it be good policy development to push for mandatory recycled content? What do you think?
I mean, mandatory recycling content can be very, very powerful. If you can make it work. Some of the concerns have been mentioned, but we've also seen that once the policymakers need to decide about the content, there is this issue of information asymmetry. You know, the industry and their groups, they know, have all the data, and then there becomes a kind of a negotiation with the policymakers. Now, maybe it's better, I mean, I would prefer, from what we have seen, something like a modular fee tax, like they have introduced in France, that you pay a fee according to the level of recycling you're doing. So you can play the recycling content if you think it makes sense against the tax. If it becomes too expensive, you pay a tax. So this gives incentives to do the more economic things. On top, you could actually then put also green public procurement, really to give a product a push. Now, let me just add one last point, Anna, if I may. I mean, we're talking here about also forestry and wood-based policy, and we had this discussion with Arthur and others beforehand, what kind of support you need for substitution. And I think for your products, actually, the question of specific support measures is not that evident. You know, if there is a pricing element in carbon, direct or explicit or implicit, you know, you will find your products will find the way into the market. So I think we should keep this in mind. This is very different for steel and cement, where we still need a lot of breakthrough technology innovation.
Well, thank you. So, Emmanuel, can we in our value chain, can we expect that you will put forward a proposal for mandatory recycled content of, for instance, paper and board products?
Thank you very much. I think that I would like to take the question a bit more generally, so not wood and paper specific, but really at large, because it has been a strong policy from the European Commission to push for mandatory recycled content. Why? Because we are recycling a lot in the European Union, but still the secondary raw materials markets are not always competitive enough compared to buying virgin material. And this is why, for example, with plastics, we've been pushing for recycled content, for example, in plastic bottles that will now need to incorporate recycled plastics, but also pushing the industry to come up with commitments both to deliver 10 million tons of recycled plastics and uptaking also these quantities in new products. So in general policy line, yes, mandatory recycled content is extremely important to avoid always relying on virgin material and leading to the impacts we know, be it on climate change or biodiversity, for example. We do, however, acknowledge that there are technical limitations, for example, in terms of trade-offs with robustness, as highlighted previously, or safety issues. So in any event, those trade-offs would need to be considered, and the life cycle analysis of products is and remain capital.
So it sounds to me as if there's probably not going to be a one-size-fits-all solution. It's going to have to be a bit more tailor-made from the Commission side, perhaps. Let's move on to another interesting topic. Once again, we claim that when reading the new Circular Economy Action Plan, there is a strong focus on what I would call the ecological pillar of sustainability. But we claim that the products that we produce, they contribute immensely to European economy resilience, a very important topic nowadays due to the corona pandemic. Because we are, as Juri Ringman said before, sourced in Europe, made in Europe, with European technology, mainly for European consumers, and to a high degree recycled in Europe. And we feel that the economic pillars must also be reflected in the sustainable product policy that we are expected next year. So I'll start with you this time, Christian. From your perspective, should the policy initiative make sure that we also build a resilient EU economy by perhaps pushing for products like our own? So where do you stand on that? Would that be fair, or would that be poor policy development?
Yeah, you're not asking for trade barrier or autarkism and this kind of stuff, although you were sort of scratching a little bit on this, but I know you, Anna, you wouldn't do that. Now, I think that the key is really, how do you create product differentiation? Be it low carbon, you can put low carbon circularity, you can put European content, you can, in principle, put everything into there. So how do we differentiate? Of course, the first element is we are living in a market economy, is price, relative prices, ETS, taxation. Arthur has mentioned that. Obviously, this has limits. We all know this. That's why we move down to the regulatory side. But product differentiator, other possibilities for product differentiations, and we have a lot of examples in energy, for example, the area I'm working on. We have green labels, guarantees of origin. In power, it wasn't all that perfect, but it's a good tool. In gas, we will have guarantees of origin. And this has two effects. One, you can have an effect on the consumer, the end consumer. Some may want to buy more green than others, but the real impact on energy has been through the corporate customers, through the famous power purchasing agreement, where all those who use a lot of electricity have said, we want to reduce our carbon footprint in our operations. So that product differentiations is really the key. And the more you can push it to give an incentive to corporate, I think it would be beneficial, whatever you put the label under a European product.
But my question to you was actually, should the sustainability criteria also include the economic pillar? And you gave me answers that were once again more environmentally oriented.
I mean, look, the Green Deal, I hear this question very often, but the Green Deal has outlined very much both sides very much, the environmental part and the economic growth area. So I may be a little bit naive. I assume this is already incorporated in there. Obviously, we want to have European products, but they need to be competitive. And if they are competitive, they should be given a chance on the market. And here you talk green steel, green cement, if it then exists. I'm just afraid where we have a mobile phone made in Europe, which is designed by some very rigid regulation. And then this becomes then 30% more expensive because it's produced in Europe. And we believe we are more resilient to this. But this is this balance you will have to find, and different people will see that very differently, and we'll continue to have a debate on this. But of course, the economics are the pillar under which this Green Deal sails.
Oh, thank you, Emmanuel. 2 questions. First of all, when you publish the initiative next year, will it include sustainability criteria covering all 3 pillars? And will you give some sort of preference to products that actually help rebuilding Europe after the corona pandemic?
Yes, maybe just to recall the mandate that we got at political level, that the European Green Deal and all the initiatives which are related to it, including the Circular Economy Action Plan, are really pushing towards green growth and giving opportunities to companies that invest in sustainable products, in new business models that have less impact on the environment. So we see that betting on green is a growth strategy. And this is actually reflected in legislative proposals that would take place as of next year, be it on sustainable product policy or on green claims. But this is also reflected in the financial support, which will be given. You know that the Recovery and Resilience Facility will have more than 672 billion investments possibilities for member states. subject to what they consider as their priorities at national level. And we have issued guidance on the 19th of September to member states, clearly stressing that sustainable product, sustainable business models, repair activities should be supported by member states. So it's actually a larger policy and political evolution that is taking place.
I see. Okay, interesting. So, Clive, Emmanuel talks about the green growth, the growth agenda. Shouldn't the forest-based products fit like a hand in a glove in that scenario, or what do you think?
Exactly as you said it, Anna, and you said it also earlier. This horrible pandemic has taught us the fragility of transport, the fragility of travel. Local is surely the way to go, and this, I say this as a professional, but also as a consumer. You walk in the street, people are aware of this. They want to be more reliant on their own continent, not having to import everything. I stand here today representing wood-based panels, my federation, but also the broader forest-based industries. We have to be proud of what we are. You said it earlier, made in Europe, sold in Europe, sourced in Europe. By definition, we are adding to that resilience. So let's be proud. Let's say that. Let's get that message out. I have great faith in the Commission and in the Parliament to make sure that that feeds into the legislation in whatever way, perhaps through green public procurement, perhaps that we give it an initial spurt by recognizing the local quality of these products. And then, as ever, leave it to the consumer. They will buy local if they can. So I have full confidence that can happen.
Thank you. Then we're also going to talk a bit about how to empowering consumers, because in the action plan, the Commission is clear that there are strong intentions to empower consumers to make the sustainable, the right choices. And we claim from our side that our products, as you heard Jure Ringman say, our products create a benefit already today. It can be on climate change mitigation, it can be on EU economic resilience, etc. It's not something that will come 10, 20 or 30 years down the road. It's here today to be collected and picked up if applicable. So I would like to stick my neck out here and say that I think the sustainable product policy should actually make these products preferential that create a benefit today. So Christian, shortly on this one, would that be good policy design from your perspective, or should it be more neutral? What do you say as a think tank?
Anna, very shortly, but let me just say one thing about the indicators, the previous question I really need to do. Every interest group wants an indicator. And then in the end, we have lots of indicators and our policy seems to be done by an algorithm. In the end, this is a political balance, what kind of indicators we use in the end. So I just wanted to say. Now, I would like to return to the point we need to think about whether we want to really push sort of the direct customer empowerment, where we are giving customers an incentive to do, or we want to do it indirectly through industries and brands. There are good examples for both. I mentioned energy, organic food as well, and sustainable agriculture. What really impressed me recently, by now companies are not all, in the beginning they all address the Scope 1 emissions. Now, no company in the consumer product is able to address Scope 2 emissions. Do not to address Scope 2 emissions. And some now even go to Scope 3 emissions. Let me just say Scope 1 is direct emissions, the other indirect from the energy you're buying, and the Scope 3 is all the other indirect emissions. So if you can create a framework that really the companies trying to incorporate that, because that increases their brand, that makes it more valuable, and the customers ask for this. I think that is really the way where you can empower consumers. Of course, as an individual, you also should be given the right through labeling and other tools to do this. But at scale, you get it, in my view, only through more indirect ways.
Okay. So, Emmanuel, are we being naive when we expect that the policy proposal could be preferential for products that create a benefit now, today. Would that be naive to ask for that from you in your policy development?
Well, I think that at the European Commission, we are always technologically neutral. So that's a very important principle to recall. And when we claim that the product is sustainable, we need to know what it is that we mean. And actually, this is what consumers want to know these days, because there is a great opportunity to explain how green our products are. And this is precisely the reason why we would like to launch, in addition to possible market requirements under the Sustainable Product Policy Initiative, to launch another initiative on green claims. And I really would like to invite everyone to participate in the public consultation, which is ongoing. Because what we see is that we have apparently 500 methodologies at international levels that calculate in some way or another the carbon footprint, the land use impact, the ecotoxicity on water, on human health, and so on. And at the end of the day, we are comparing apple and pie, and it's impossible for consumers to find their ways. And not only final consumers, but also in the B2B relation. So this is why we are proposing different options to regulate green claims, to push towards market developments for green products, but on the basis of a clear methodology, which is, in our view, the environmental footprint methodologies which have been developed and tested at European Union level, and they do not take into account one single indicator to the detriment of other environmental impacts. They look at the entirety of the life cycle of products or organizations. So strong plea to look at the green claims initiatives as well.
Well, thank you. Clive, I'm going to let you get the last word here. That's the privilege. So the discussion here has been about what space can there be for forest-based products in the future EU sustainable products policy. So if you sort of get your magnifying glass out and what do you see ahead of you here? What's the space going to be?
Thank you, Anna. Well, to answer that, I'm going to take you back to 2012. The London Olympics. I'm British, you can hear it in my voice. I met the specifier for the stadium, Sustainable Olympics. Stadium, not a trace of wood in it. And I was furious, and I said, what the heck? You know, this is the Sustainable Olympics, where's the wood? And he said, Clive, you have the best story, maybe you're not the best at telling it. And it was so painful, that comment. I hated it. But I decided, resilience, we will get better. Fast forward, 2020, Brussels. You heard it quoted earlier today. Commission President von der Leyen, let's build with wood. I'm not going to re-quote it. It's been said. So I do think the message is much stronger than it was in 2012. I hope he's listening today. And I firmly believe that using wood is certainly the way forward. So what's the space for us? I think it's never better. We're €500 billion, 3.5 million direct jobs, mainly in rural areas. We're naturally sustainable, and I think we need to work with the EU institutions to get this message out. I think if we do, the consumers will listen, and their actions will lead to a good future for the forest-based industries and for Europe itself. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And yes, a round of applause for the people on Link and on. So thank you, Christian. Thank you, Emmanuel. Thank you, Clive. And now I'm going to turn over to Claire Coué of CEPI, who's going to tell us a bit what's been buzzing on Twitter while we've been talking. Anything interesting going on?
Thank you, Anna. Good morning, everyone. So clearly the main topic of the conversation online today was forests. A lot of comments on the role of forests as sinks, but they should be used for more than the sinks. So that clearly attracted a lot of attention. And then, of course, some questions about how can we reconcile the different expectations about forests, so really about the first panel this morning. And then another point of discussion was the role of the forest-based industries. And people commenting on a quote from MEP Petri Sarvamaa about the combination of forest-based industries and sustainable forest management being really the solution for the future, offering answers to the challenges. So these were also a lot of comments. And then on the sustainable product, what is a sustainable product? So that really opened up to, well, many...
The million-dollar question.
Exactly, many answers and many points. So that was really interesting to follow. Maybe I'll finish with 2 points. One, on the Menti platform, you can leave some comments about the event today, so go ahead. And the second point is that the live stream is recorded. So everybody that missed maybe the first part, the second part can watch it afterwards.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
And now, Juri, it's time for you to join me on stage again. You can choose whichever island you want.
Well, this one is near.
Yeah, that's yours, isn't it? So, in this second seminar, we've discussed 2 very relevant topics, climate change mitigation and sustainable products. And I'll start with the climate discussion. Was there a main takeaway from your side from that discussion?
I would love to say that we passed the message. I like the comment by Clive that we have to become better in passing the messages and communicating. And I would love to stand here and say that now it went through. Everybody understood the role of product in the climate policy, in the 3S. So I think it's easy to understand the storage, the sink, but when we start talking about substitution, I think people are not yet really getting it. That's my feeling, and then I was in particular listening to the Commission, and I was missing him saying that yes, products have a role in this, and then it's like people start now talking about the climate smart forestry. I think we are missing in the climate policy the climate smart product policy. That would be then looking into that from the climate perspective. So I think that the main takeaway is that we still have to work
We're
more.
not yet through the wall.
We are not there yet, no.
And did you pick up on any clear threats from the climate mitigation discussion?
Well, I think that's the threat as well, that unless we succeed to have this balance between the 3S, so have the role of all the 3S, then people... First of all, they don't understand what the difference between sink and storage. So that's already difficult for people. And then obviously they will not see the substitutions impact. And therefore, like I tried to say in the introduction, that we might actually even get the opposite effect, that then we actually have substitution go the other way, to more fossil-intensive production.
And if we then turn to the discussion on sustainable products, a main takeaway there?
Well, that's somehow the funny thing, I think, that these things are so linked that there, on the other hand, I would call for more the understanding of the resilient product policy. And I think that was coming from some of the panelists, and that was really, really nice and helpful, and I would like to see that. You remember I said that this ecosystem is giving jobs to 3.5 million Europeans. And then this way of having the resilient green growth moving product policy would be necessary, and I think that was more maybe coming through and understanding that, and maybe it's more obvious for people. So that was positive. And then again, of course, we can't emphasize too much how much we have to also there communicate what our sector can do there, because like we said, that there's no one size that fits all, and you have to look at the product life cycle of all the different products and materials and see where we can really improve ourselves, but also where we can say that we already are performing very well compared to the competitors.
And this question might sound almost a bit sort of intellectual, hypothetical, but is it even possible to define a sustainable product?
Well, I think it's the philosophical question about sustainability in general, that it's a way forward, but you never know when you have met the finishing line. So I think it's just committing to the continuous improvements, and I think in this sector, in this ecosystem, that's actually a natural way of doing that. Like it was mentioned that even sustainable forest management still has to improve, and I don't think that there's any question about that by the forest managers and owners. They know it very well, and they have understood many things before the people in the street, but it doesn't mean that they are now fully met the level that this is the best possible.
So in the sustainable policy, product policy discussion, did you hear any clear threats in what was being said, or sort of issues in what was being said here today?
I don't know if it's a threat, but I think we all have to be aware of the fact that in the end it's a choice. Like, I can't remember who of the panelists said that, but the policy is not made with an algorithm, so it's still a political choice, and that will be made by people, and often people who have very little link to our ecosystem, to our sectors, to forestry. They have a lot of ideas. Forest in particular is so emotional thing, and that's a great thing. It is a lot of positive emotions there, but if you don't have, in addition to that, also all the necessary information, then the choice might not be the optimal choice, and then it might all get horribly wrong. Not only for us, but for the society.
Precisely, yeah. We have today we've spoken about more or less the whole, the full length of the value chain, the forest-based value chain. We've talked about forest strategy, we talked about climate mitigation, which we know happens along the whole value chain, and we're talking about products. Would you say, is that a way forward to get through to the policymakers, or should we chop things up in small, digestible pieces?
Well, of course, we all have to talk about our own sector. That is only one part of the value chain, and typically maybe one or two parts of the whole life cycle as well, so not covering, typically not the whole full life cycle. Although in our ecosystem, that's also, I think the strong point is that we have fully integrated, for example, recycling to the primary production of the material. So that makes things much more optimal and much more functioning together. But we love to talk about our own sector, and that's of course not always the best thing to do. But still, we heard so many times people also referring to the public opinion. So what do the citizens think? And then I think we really have to link it not only to the whole value chain, to explain how the value chain is offering what it offers for people for their daily needs, what they need for their good life, and then what is our offering that. And I don't think we have a bad story in that. So that's the positive thing.
Then a final question here. We have claimed here today that our value chain is in the lead in many ways on climate change mitigation, creating a resilient EU economy. We claim that our products are, I think you said, Clive, naturally sustainable or something like that. So we claim that we are in the lead. So should EU policy focus on making it possible for those in the lead to go even further, or to make the ones who are behind catching up? Because one policy is probably not going to achieve all of that.
I think classically the policies are looking only for the ones who are lagging behind. And it's probably the similar kind of situation that you would recognize from schools, that if you have a class full of students, some are the troublemakers and some are the silent good students, and then the difficulty for the teacher is to think of what to focus on the troublemakers, but then maybe miss the opportunity of cultivating the next Nobel Prize winner in the class, the silent one, that didn't get the support and the encouragement for her studies. So that's why I think that the same risk is also in the policy, that if you don't have actually both there, and then policymakers should have more resources than one single poor teacher, of course. So that's why I think it's fair to ask the policymakers that focus on both. Keep pressure on those who lag behind. I think that's a question for fairness. It's a question of level playing field. We are often competing with those guys as well. But also help creating opportunities so that we can really, maybe we don't win the Nobel Prize, who knows, but at least we are quite confident that we have a lot to offer for this society. So give us the opportunity for that. So we need both.
Well, I think that was excellent ending words from your side. So we're here, we're in the front. Give us the opportunity to continue to push. Thank you. And thereby, on behalf of the organizers, I want to extend a big thank you to all speakers and panelists, to you who have been here in the room with us physically, and of course to all of you watching the live broadcasting. Thank you for spending so many hours together with us. We know you're busy people, but you chose and you evaluated to be with us, and for that we say a big, big thank you. But we have to remember one thing, that this is not the end of the climate or sustainable policy debate. No, this is more or less only the beginning, perhaps. So I'm not going to say goodbye to you. I'm going to say bis später, à bientôt, and see you later instead, because this discussion is going to continue. And when we continue that, make sure you remember that the sustainable future needs the 3 S's, the sequestration, the storage, and the substitution. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for today. And for those of you in the room, there is a light lunch served in the bar, which is by the lobby.